Tour here from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. With us today is
oh, I wasn't sure. Tristan Parker. I didn't know if that was my cue. Here I am.
Yeah, there you go. It'd be better if I turned up my microphone.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm excited to be here, Brian. Always good to see some racing. I missed the last one. So you were out here, though, with the Super Tour. So you saw it.
I was. It was a little wet.
A little wet. It's been a little wet.
So actually, if you see the camera here that we've got, we've started our by the way, our pace line for the first race. So because we'll talk about the race a bit,
but we'll go from the back first. So starting in 18th, it's Donnie York from Camarillo, California. In 17th, John Yesnick from Rancho Palos Verdes, California. In 16th, Paul Gasson from Fallbrook, California. Alongside him, Brian McMillan from Benicia, California. In 14th, number 88, Robert Kelly from Huntington Beach, California. Next to him, number 73, Christopher Qualls from West Los Angeles, California. In 12th, 10th, number 71, David Holmes from Corona, California. And 9th, number 46, John Simon from West Covina, California. And 8th, number 39, Kevin Jones from Fairfield, California. Next to him, Patrick Howe, number 44 from San Marcos, California. And 6th, number 32, Michael Lewis from Poway, California. And 5th, number 7, Darren Griffin from Phoenix, Arizona, the only out-of-stater in the race today for this group. And 4th, number 155, John Wynn from Huntington Beach, California, alongside him, number 91,
ourselves organized here and trying to get all of the cameras ready to go, and as we do our live stream here from the Cal Club races, as you can see, we've got a split start today, so it looks like the Corvettes are all starting off the back here, and you'll see our crew here, our cars coming through Cotton Corners here for the first time, and that's the camera we're sitting at right now.
To kick off when people go off the track. It's all very green out here. Speaking of green, here come our drivers heading right down that very nice green straightaway right now, and that will begin the start of the race. They are across a green flag, and they are through, and Ian Barbary taking that lead position and holding it there through the starting straight.
And there they come, right past the start-finish line here. The next group that will come through will be the Corvettes. They were our second group of the day.
There's that Corvette group. So they are racing two sort of separate groups here. Like you said, Brian, split start across the board for you guys. You see them going by on your screen right there.
Yeah, you can see the dust there off in the distance. Not quite sure exactly what that situation is, but we will keep an eye on that. We will see our cars coming through here now for the second time. This is our second group now, and then Corvettes here. Here we go.
Well, it looks like there was a little bit of a spin and maybe some bumpage there. I don't think it's anything too serious, Brian, but something happening down around the corner. I will say one of the disadvantages for us up in the tower is our visibility is limited. Much more limited, I think, on this clockwise approach, or the counter. Clockwise. Yeah. A little bit confusing, a little bit of a change. And something for the drivers, too. Like we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and you did say that the drivers are not big fans of the clockwise configuration. Which I think is kind of understandable. It's not the easiest drive in the world, all things considered. Speaking of easy drives, though, here comes Ian Barbary tearing across the line, well ahead of everyone else who, oh, as in camera, you can see them all sort of coming down right there, doing their thing. But no real challenge to Mr. Barbary, who seems perfectly comfortable in that 1995 BMW M3. One of our few GT2s out there in this category, mostly spec Corvettes in Group 1 Big Four closed wheel.
Yeah, definitely, and you can also see that some of the Corvettes have already caught up to the back of the first pack, so they are now in that group of traffic, and they're all racing for position, so there won't be too many blue flags thrown for those folks coming through. They're just going to have to negotiate as best they can.
Whatever that camera is nice. It makes it look real beautiful out here, actually, honestly. So it's nice to see all the green.
Yeah, it's day here at Buttonwillow, and we're having a good time, which is always the best. So,
For those of you who are curious, Ian Barberry's first lap came in at 1:48.009. So quite a blistering pace being set there. Closest was Michael Lewis in that number 32 car, GT1, who came in at 1:57.847. It's actually climbed 4 spaces, but of all the drivers out there right now, it is the only member of the AS category out there, Christopher Qualls, who is doing the best, has climbed 9 places on that first lap. So taking advantage of some of the, sounds like a spin that was going on out there as they sort of headed down through Sunset Turn.
Christopher Qualls, one of the guys out here who is does a lot of stuff, races nationally. He's been to the runoff, so there's no lack of talent there and experience. So he should be able to start working his way back up through the field here after that little incident. So.
Just pulling up a track map here for my own reference, Ryan, because it's the format I'm not usually akin to seeing.
Well, and this is one of the rare situations where turn 1 on our map is actually turn 1 today. So
you're correct. Yeah, that's the turns are in order, and I'll be honest with you, that turn 1, that's a bit of a doozy. That's a sharp corner coming down there off of the straightaway. It's a sharp right-hander. And, you know, very often we see that corners on the straightaway are the major passing zone. Specifically, Sunrise is a favorite of a lot of drivers. And we'll see if they try and do the same thing here with Sunset.
we're hearing that we have maybe a little bit of audio problems here, so I'm trying to massage that a little bit while we're talking here.
The bane, the eternal bane. Going to take a look when our cars come around next time and see if we can get any good sort of matches happening out there right now, or close things happening. Interesting. A little bit of a heads up right there. I'm not sure that the gap start that we saw was actually the decision of the operating steward. Not sure what to make of that, but it's what happened. So they're working with what they've got out there. And you can see a nice view of the starting line, the main straight on your screen right now. It's like we said, beautiful day out there at Buttonwillow. Honestly, looks quite picturesque when I look at that view.
Yeah,
it's the nicest one.
Chamber of Commerce weather. Chamber of Commerce
weather. Yes, that is a great way to describe it. There comes number 62, by the way, powering across the line. You probably heard that if you pick up the sound from the camera. That's John Yesnick in his GT1 category. 150 on that lap time right there. And Mr. Yesnick is driving, I believe, a 2021 Ford Mustang. So a true big bore closed wheel car out there on the track. Michael Lewis coming in there as well, fast and furious. Christopher Qualls has actually dropped back 2 spaces. We were just singing his praises up here, and unfortunately he's doubled back a little bit, but we might be seeing him entering back into the top set forthwith. Just looking down the list here, a good little group developing among the Spec Corvettes down there, starting at about number 10. That's number 144, Anthony Jimerson, and number 155, John Wynn, all relatively close to each other. I believe the leading current Spec Corvette, though, if you're going off of category, that'll be Mark LaCourte up there in 5th place overall, and about a position or 2 ahead of the second Spec Corvette. That's Darren Griffith there in the hunt as well.
How long are our races today, Tristan?
That is a good question.
On the schedule there? Yeah.
I believe we are looking at 25-minuters today.
Got it.
So every race going 25 minutes. Tomorrow, they're going to be 30 minutes or 16 laps. So that's a good reference for you there. 7 race groups on the track today. So we will be covering a lot of races up here. Our last race is set to go at 4:30 Pacific. If you're joining us from another time zone, for example, and you should be getting a view now of some cars coming down through the dogleg, and there they are. speeding along. Couldn't quite get your name and number, but you got caught in corners on screen as well. You can see a good bit of traffic out there. Very, very attended day, Brian. Lots of drivers. 18 drivers overall in group number 1, and that number actually going to be maybe close to average. I know that our next group that'll be coming up, which is going to be the Big Bore Open Wheels, they're packing about 14. So one of our more attended race days here, all things considered.
Yeah, we've got some really good car counts. We were down, of course, for Super Tour, maybe because of the fact that we were in the middle of a winter storm, and they were predicting a a blizzard in parts of Los Angeles County. So,
ooh, yeah,
that kept some people away, and it was just abysmal. But no worries with that this weekend. Maybe some of the folks that didn't come out for the Super Tour decided that the weather was much more to their liking this weekend. So good size race groups all the way around, and it'll be a fun weekend here.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't in the know, maybe not present in California, if you're watching the stream, we have been getting a ton of rain here, a lot of it. And actually, our last two race days out here in Buttonwillow were rainy, messy sort of affairs, because over in January, when you weren't here, Brian, it rained for a lot of the races. It was very muddy. It was a messy affair, and then I know that was repeated again in February. So,
yeah, just a wee bit.
Just a wee bit.
Just a wee bit.
Mudocalypse out there. The problem that we had with the mud was that every time a car went off, they just got stuck. So I never have seen ever so many tow trucks out there on the racetrack pulling people out. They did overtime work on that particular track. A little bit easier here today, I think, if somebody takes a dive out into the green there. There should be not as much problem getting back on the track.
Yeah, there's a couple of spots where it's still pretty wet, but thankfully it's not spots where cars would typically go off.
Exactly.
Now, I say typically, just because if they go off,
yeah,
there's no typical way to do it, but
there's a will.
Exactly. Cars tend to find a place to go, whether you think they're going to get there or not. So,
ain't that the truth? John Yesnick, by the way, maintaining that second place. Fastest lap so far in the race remains the second lap of Ian Barbary, who totaled about a 147.735. Everybody kind of chasing after that. Yesnick is a good 21 seconds behind Barbary, but he's got Michael Lewis kind of in the hunt on him as well, so he's got to pay attention there. Not a smooth race. Now, for those of you who have never tuned into SCCA races before, Cal Club races in particular, I should say, or if you just want a bit of a reminder, there is an overall race, and then groups race against one another. For example, our GT2s are racing against one another for positions, our GT1s, and so on and so forth. So when we talk about an overall leader, that's Ian Barbary. He's also the leader of the G2 group, but the leader of the Spec Corvettes, say, is the aforementioned Mark LaCourte, who's still holding on to his position 5th overall, first in his group.
Yeah, and I just got a chance to put up the race clock here, and this is not official race times. So, but I think it's pretty close. So you just have an idea of how many laps are, or how much time is left in this 25-minute race, and that's where we stand with about 13 minutes and 50 seconds to go. One
of the other sort of interesting aspects of having this at a clockwise is that the grid is not easily conveniently accessible to our viewpoint either. We usually can look over to the left and sort of see all the cars lined up on the grid, but today they're on the opposite side of the control tower for us. So a lot of the things that may be happening down in pit lane or what have you are a little bit more foreign to us at this point in time. But in general, I'll be honest, it's been a relatively clean race. Not a lot of haphazard stuff going on out there. One little interesting note just now coming across the starting line is Mark LaCourte, the leader of the Spec Corvettes, actually passed Michael Lewis in the GT1. So a bit of an unfortunate moment there for Michael Lewis, and he did kind of shift over to the side. It looked for all the world like that number 32 car is slowing down. So,
yeah, and Michael Lewis has been out at most of the Super Tours this year. Early on, I know he was at Sebring, and he was at Coda, and he was here at Buttonwillow. So I don't remember if he was in Atlanta, although I think he was there as well. So he's had a full race season already, and has been running up front in those events as well. So.
Yeah, a talented driver. A number of names that if you've been following Calcula or what have you, a number of names out there I think you would recognize, and Speaking of names, we're about halfway through the session according to race control, so let's go ahead and get your full field rundown here at the midpoint of the race, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads and the Racing Network podcast. So, starting at the top, in first place, number 74, Ian Barbary. In second place, number 62, John Yesnick. In third place, number 91, Wayne Graham. In fourth, number 173, Mark LaCourt. In fifth place, number 32, Michael Lewis. In sixth, number 7, Darren Griffith. In seventh, number 155, John Wynn. In eighth, number 144, Anthony Jimerson. In ninth, number 71, David Holmes. In 10th, number 46, John Simon. And then Christopher Miranda, Donnie York, Kevin Jones, Christopher Qualls, Patrick Howe, Paul Gasson, Robert Kelly, and then did not start the race. That'll be Brian McMillan down there in 18th. So there is your middle of the race full field rundown, brought to you by our mid-race update. I don't know what the official working title is for this one, or our official title is, Brian, but brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads.
Yep, there is no big sponsor for this particular race here, but all of our live streams are brought to you by Porterfield Race Pads. And they do a lot more there than just sell racing pads, so check them out for a lot of different racing needs as well. All right, coming up on 10 minutes to go here, 10 and a half, pretty quick here. And it's been a good, clean race so far. Here is our off-ramp camera here. Oh, that was a tight little... run through there.
Nearly jinxed it.
Yeah, the old announcer's curse there.
Well, you're right, Brian. It's been a very clean race, all things considered. Everybody just having a nice Saturday afternoon drive out there. Not even, in all fairness, not even a ton of fighting out there on the track for positions. Everybody kind of just slotted into their spots and has been relatively comfortable. A couple of little close gaps. I mean, David Holmes is only about 0.34 of a second behind Anthony Jimerson, down for 8th and 9th place. But that's really the only kind of closity of note. Everybody else is pretty much maintaining their distance and doing their thing. Actually, speaking of that number 71 car, we just saw them come down the dog leg, and he's genuinely putting the pedal on right now. Is that number 71 of David Holmes. Does want to try and get around Anthony Jimerson. Now, keep in mind that that's actually a race with meaning. Those two are both spec Corvettes, so there's motivation there for David Holmes to get some space. A little bit of flare-up of dust over there as well, coming down off of the I-5 turn, so maybe actually something did happen out around the grapevine. We'll get a better idea, I think, next time they come over the grid, because due to nature, we lose the trees. Ooh, slide down there. I don't know who that was. That was a risky bit of business, right? One of the spec Corvettes. I want to say that was John Wynn, who got a big, wide tail-out turn right there. Managed to hold his position, as did Anthony Jimerson and David Holmes. David Holmes, though, only 0.125 of a second behind Jimerson as they cross the line.
This is a pretty decent pack. A lot of times with this GT group, they get spread out a little bit, but we've got this group of 6 cars up front, which has just been a lot of fun to watch. Here they come through the S's here, and it has been pretty entertaining so far.
It does sound like Holmes might have bit off more than he could chew right there. 7-1 Black going off and on, heading over down towards the sunset turn, so that might set him back in his attempt to catch up with Jimerson. I'll say I got to give some credit there to, I believe it was John Wynn, who kept his Corvette under control, honestly, because it looked like he was about to fishtail right off of the sunrise turn. He kept it in and good on the straightaway, so a little bit of fancy driving right there, but we'll keep an eye now on the rest of the pack as they come through, see if anybody's actually managed to shift it.
That 5-car pack has now turned out to be about a 3-car pack. A couple of cars sliding back through the field here in our final 7 minutes. Here that pack is coming through Cotton Corners. This game was fun because we could see them coming into off-ramp and then coming through and going off of the off-ramp. So
yeah,
that worked out pretty well, if I don't say so.
It did work out quite well. I'm waiting to see if everything else has worked out well for our Spec Corvettes. Here they come now, filtering in across the line. And, oh, that order is a little shaken up right there. Anthony Jimerson has now gotten the better of John Wynn. So far from being hunted right there. Jimerson now the hunter. John Simon also bumped up past David Holmes. David Holmes falling way back, honestly, based off of the off and on, I would assume. Very unfortunate there for the number 71 car, who was beating such a hasty pace right there, back down to 10th place. And a little bit of credit here to Donnie York, who has moved up 9 places overall in the race so far. 6 places moved up, by the way, by Anthony Jimerson. And at the top, in our second place, the GT1 of Josh Yesnick, and moved at 5 off of the start. So some very impressive performances right there across the board. Well, about 6 minutes left in this race. If you're wondering what's coming next, it'll be the Group 2 Big Bore Open Wheel cars. 14 entries there. Should be some good fun. Our fast boys out on the track. And then we'll see, I think, our maybe Spec Miatas or Mazda Miatas will be coming on the track after that. But all of our groups today, again, like I said at the start of the broadcast, all very big. I think the smallest group we have is maybe only 10 cars, bigger than 10 cars, which is nice, honestly. Here you will actually, if you stay around long enough, I think our Spec Miata group has about 20 entries here this weekend, which is a lot of cars. It's going to be very busy races.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what we like, big car counts, and that's always fun.
A lot of people here this weekend too, big crowd, good energy, a lot of people out there watching these races go down, which is always nice to see.
Definitely, and we have one car that just went off. You can see it off in the distance there. This is the white car, and I didn't get the car number as it came by the screen.
Jimerson. Anthony
was that Jimerson? Okay.
144.
Oh, and I just left our vision on that camera as well. Gonna have to get the director to get a little into the game here. That's me, by the way. So.
Yeah, poor Jimerson there. He was just singing his praises, and then he goes on and off. He's getting a warning black now, so he's been a naughty boy on the racetrack. So, unfortunate, right there. Still, good race for Jimerson overall, but it was our closest battle. It's kind of gotten a little quiet there now. I will say, though, John Simon in the number 46 car of that Spec Corvette group has done very well for himself, about a half a second now behind John Wynn, who's sitting in 3rd place in the Spec Corvette, 6 overall. Mark LaCourte, John Yesnick, Ian Barbary, your 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place. They all remain relatively comfortable up there in the lead. Nobody really in a situation where they could be passed or will pass one another.
With 4 minutes to go, now's the time when cars and drivers need to decide if there's a chance for them to make up a couple of positions here before they come to the checkered flag.
Yeah, if you're in a position where you're thinking about this strategically, this is it. Pretty much one or two more laps to go now at this time frame.
Yeah, one would think maybe next time by will be the white flag. Here comes a car coming to the start-finish line who's getting a little bit of a waved, a pointed black flag at. And the furled pointed black flag is you've done something wrong, probably more than once.
Yeah.
Whatever you're doing, stop doing it. So
Tracy K, the starter, waves it in such a good manner.
Yes.
I feel ashamed just looking.
It's waved with authority.
It's waved with authority.
It's like the nun pointing her finger at you in 7th grade. Not that I have any experience with that.
Yeah, you're right. It's big nun energy there, big teaching nun energy.
That's too good.
Gotta admire it though. Hopefully 144 takes the lesson though.
I'm having Catholic school flashbacks. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that.
Did not mean to bring that up.
Appreciate that.
think we've got one more lap to go. I think I just heard that across, but
Okay.
I'll double check right here, see if we can get it, if they bring it up again.
I'm just hearing from the stewards that next time by for the leaders
There you go.
will be 1 to go. So,
If you are wondering, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, fastest lap in Group 1 so far is Ian Barbary, number 74, setting his 8th lap, which was 1:45.777, which is honestly, that's pretty fast. That's fast. Really look up. I wonder, I actually don't know it off the top of my head, and I do kind of wish, and I don't think it's located on my track map. I don't know how long the track is here today, but I know that it's a little truncated at various points, so probably not one of our longest configurations.
I believe I saw 2.26. I think it's right at the top of our schedule there.
It sure is. I think you're correct. 2.64 miles.
2.64 miles, yeah.
14 counterclockwise.
Want to give a shout out to my SCCA Super Tour co-announcer, Greg Ginsburg. He's been texting me, fix your volume. Your cars are, your cameras are too loud. No, I appreciate that. Greg's a good partner in crime, and not racing himself this weekend, so he's watching our stream out here in California. So appreciate that.
Of course. There's that white flag out now. That'll give them an idea. They're on their last lap here, and then sooner rather than later, I assume we'll be seeing Ian Barbary pass that line, collect the checkered flag. Spec Corvettes, by the way, it is still Mark LaCour in the lead. Looking at the other category out there, the only one of note, really, I think the GT1s, and that's John Yesnick, who is just, or Yesnick, I should say, who has just successfully held that position throughout this entire race. And those first two drivers, very comfortable race for the two of them. Never felt like they were particularly stressed out here, just having a nice drive. Our Spec Corvettes, they've been battling a lot more. Does look like John Simon managed to get the better of John Wynn right there. So the top three going to be Mark LaCour, Darren Griffin, and John Simon, assuming everything holds as it does. And based on all the timing indicators, unless something bad happens, it should be about what that is.
And as you can see, our clock runs out on the race, and that means that the next time by, our race leaders are going to get the checkered flag.
Yeah, following the race leader around right there. I can hear it on the flaggers, and then, of course, down at the line, they'll be reaching for the checkered flag. And the checkered flag is out. Just waiting now for Ian Barbary to make their final round there through sunset. And here we go. There's the checkered flag, number 74, across the line. Ian Barbary wins handily right there. Maintains that fastest lap time on lap number 8 of 1:45.777.
And, of course, I missed it.
Oh, it's all good.
We're going to get it, folks.
You got John Yesnick in second.
This is harder than it looks, everybody.
It really is, honestly. Unfortunate bad news for number 88. That's Robert Kelly, who was down in 15th. He went off the track in a relatively long ways, so he unfortunately, down by the drag strip, will not be able to finish the race. A tow has been called out there, so unfortunate, but we'll see who else gets through here.
All right, I think we're probably far enough into this to give our provisional results here, right?
I'd say that's fair assessment. Let's go ahead and give you the full field rundown here, starting with your race winner in first place, number 74, Ian Barbary, who held that pole position into first place the entire race. In second place, number 62, John Yesnick, climbing 5 places overall to secure that second place. In third, number 173, Mark LaCour. In fourth, number 91, Wayne Graham. In fifth, number 7, Darren Griffith. In sixth, number 46, John Simon. In seventh, number 155, John Wynn. In eighth, number 144, Anthony Jimerson. In ninth, number 63, Donnie York. In 10th, number 71, David Holmes. Then Kevin Jones, Christopher Miranda, Patrick Howe, Christopher Qualls, Robert Kelly, Paul Gasson, Michael Lewis, and Brian McMillan to round it out.
All right, let's take a brief break, and when we come back, we're going to have our Wings and Things group. That's our second race of the day, correct?
Correct.
And we will do that next. You are watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors races from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. All right, welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Belansky, Tristan Parker here for the Cal Club SCCA US Majors races. This race coming up now is our Wings and Things. As you can see there, Formula X, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula E, FE2. I think there's some Sports 2000s out there. And this is also our Formula Car Challenge. So let's get to our starting order. Tristan, take it away.
And more formulas than a chemistry textbook out there. Anyway, starting in 14th, number 53, Paul McFarland from Goleta, California. In 13th, number 57, Nicholas Coe from Sylmar, California. In 12th, number 29, Christian Ockpish from Santa Barbara, California. Alongside him, number 45, Thomas W. Burt from Woodway, Washington. A lot of outer-staters in this group, so keep your ears peeled. In 10th place, number 64, Noah Hambai from Trabuco Canyon, California. Alongside him, number 22, John Yeatman from Cave Creek, Arizona. In 8th, number 44, Paul Marino from Chatsworth, California. In 7th, number 13th, Kevin Mitz from Campbell, California. In 6th, number 37, Corey Condit from Scottsdale, Arizona. In 5th, number 108, Blake Pigeon from Austin, Texas. In 4th, number 7, Joseph Moran from Laguna Hills, California. In 3rd, number 35, Johnny Crean, all the way from Kamulea, Hawaii.
That's a long toe.
Kamula, Hawaii. There you go. Kamula. It is a long toe. Impressed how he got that here, honestly. Think of the gas mileage. In 2nd place overall, number 99, Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon. And then starting it off in 1st place, number 23, Jim Davenport from Alamo, California.
All right, we'll have 25 minutes on this race as well. A lot of these cars from the West Coast, this Formula Car Challenge Series, races up and down the West Coast. So they bring a lot of cars here for this race weekend. That's a really nice addition here.
I don't know. I've not heard of it. So
yeah,
it's good to know that they bring some heat. I mean, 14 cars in the group is pretty big. This group is usually on one of the ones that's on the smaller side. So pretty happy to see that they've got so many cars out there today. The FE2 category in preponderance here, a lot of them.
Yeah.
A couple of P1s mixed in there, and then just sort of a random smattering of others. But really, I think the FE2s are the ones who are making up the bulk of the heavy lifting here. And if you're curious, the lead FE2 is in 2nd place. That's number 99, Caleb Schrader, right there, in a 2007 SCCA Formula E car. So he'll be the one to kind of keep an eye on here in that group. And, of course, obviously, Jim Davenport in that P1, a 2012 LNDP2. That's a fast machine, suffice to say. 129 was the qual time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's actually really quick. For Buttonwillow, that's quite fast.
All right, our pace car is on pit lane, and we should be seeing the potential for a checkered flag here any moment, and there we go.
Oh, that's a good noise, isn't it?
Isn't that just beautiful? That FE2 class, Tristan, is the Spec Racer Ford of Formula cars here.
Right.
So it's put together by SCCA Enterprises, and it's really popular across the country, and lots of cars, and we've got them here as well. So.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. It's good to see so many people out there and enjoying the race, and hopefully they'll put up a bit of a good race for us here. I mean, those FE2s, a lot of room for competition out there, so we'll be keeping an eye on them here as we check our various camera angles, trying to get an idea of who's who and what's what. That's the view down the dog leg there, looking towards the I-5, running majestically in the distance somewhere over there. I think you can actually see just like a truck moving down it. Majestic truck. Here in the Central Valley.
And there is Jim Davenport flying past here early here.
Here comes the rest of the crew. And, if you're watching on the cams, you saw our last race, you can get an idea of the speed difference here by just how fast they come whipping by the camera. Even these slow cars really, our slowest time overall in this category, if you were genuinely curious, was 1:49.557. That's a 2001 Van Diemen from Paul McFarland in the FC class, and he is the slowest, basically about close to the fastest time from group number 1 there, is the slowest car in this group.
And this should be our fastest race group of the weekend here. Those wing formula cars and prototype cars are definitely the zippiest cars around here, so
Speaking of zipping, here they all come. The first pack across the line. And some tight racing, honestly, in that FE2 group. Blake Pigeon, Johnny Crean, Corey Condit, all very close to each other. Actually, really tight grouping across the board here, Brian, after lap number 1. Not a lot of spacing. The only guy who's really gotten out ahead of anyone is obviously Jim Davenport in the lead there. A good 3 seconds ahead of Caleb Schrader, who's also starting to pull ahead. But the rest of the group, that's tight, and some good racing, I think, to be had here from those guys.
Well, and Davenport in that prototype car is, legit faster than the Formula cars. So
True.
He will pull away, and eventually here we'll kind of ignore him. Sorry, Jim. But we will pick up on this FE2 group, and they are the ones who are going to put on the show here throughout the race weekend. And here they come through for the first time, or the second full racing lap, right?
There you go. One pass already happening. I think you might have just caught that on your camera as they come sailing by. Couldn't quite identify the car. I got to write down all my colors here because, honestly, when you're up in the booth, that's the only way we can really keep track of them is by who looks like what at a distance. But, yeah, it's some tight racing there at the back. And, yes, it's a shame that we don't get to talk about the Elon, what is it, Elon DP02?
Right.
A beautiful machine. If you're ever down here at Buttonwillow in the paddock and you get a chance to see it, it is a fancy, fancy car. I think they only made them for a couple of years, so there you go.
Well, and that Elon DP, that was a Daytona prototype car. That was
it really?
Yeah, that was the IMSA's top-level car for a good bit of time. Maybe not a good bit of time, but it was out there for 3 or 4 years, and now that car is racing here in SCCA.
Well, the group remaining very tight as they come across the line. Jim Davenport heating up right there, 133.5 in the last lap, but looking deeper into the race where that pack is forming. Blake Pigeon, Kevin Mitz, and Corey Condit all very close to one another. Then skip another couple of places down right there. And Nicole Havdra, every time.
You got it, man.
Havdra? You'd think that I would know by now, but I'm just never going to be able to get that one. It's that VR sound.
Exactly.
That's a noise.
Vra.
Havda. I'll double check. Joseph Moran and Noah Hambai are all, again, very tight down there in that group for 9th, 10th, and 11th, respectively, with Thomas W. Burke kind of leading in 8th, but not by much. So definitely some racing to watch out there amongst these cars. And next time they come around, I'm going to make a specific note because I've seen it's a white Formula car pass one of the other ones multiple times now. The two of them are kind of going back and forth, and I want to make sure that I know who that is that's kind of fighting it out right there. You'll actually see them leading through right there. It's that white Formula car has been in a back and forth a couple of times.
Yeah, and I held here because that is our big, close, tight pack here on the track at this moment. So this is the best race that we're watching right now on the racetrack. And not for first place, but it might be for first place in their class. But they are, no question, out there having a good time.
Okay, that is Kevin Mitz in the 13. It is for first place, but in the P2 category.
Got it.
The car that's chasing him is number 108. That's Blake Pigeon, who's racing for second in the FE2 category, with Corey Condit chasing him in the number 37. So that gives you a bit of an idea of what that group is looking like right there, that tight spot. At it, Kevin Mitz is the only P2 car on the field, so he's a winner, no matter how it goes. So that's those passes are for pride. That fight's for pride, which I appreciate.
Well, but he has to get to halfway, so
right, he does.
He does have to finish half the race to be considered a finisher, and that does happen sometimes here in club racing, where we get a car out there, just one car in its class. But the nice part is, he's racing with all the classes, and there's other guys and gals on the racetrack for him to go have some fun with.
Yeah,
so.
Corey Condit actually putting on the speed right there as they came through the dog leg. You might just have seen it because that white car is an excellent visual marker. But Corey Condit was trying to pick it up. Now, though, it looks like it is Blake Pigeon who's putting on the speed, pulling away from Condit right there and trying to get his opportunity to actually get around the outside of Kevin Mitz. So we'll catch him again when they come back through. Unfortunately, some beautiful trees block our view right here. And there they come back up through the sunrise turn. And it is a bit of a chase down the straightaway. That said, though, Corey Condit has backed way off of Blake Pigeon right there. No longer really trying to catch him as they come by. So a little bit of downtime for them with about 18 minutes here in the race.
Our next race after this one's going to be our GT3 STL, STU, and Touring cars. That's always a fun group to watch. Our small bore sedans, as we like to call them. They put on a good show here all the time. So we'll have that up next here in about 20 minutes or so.
Another really big group there, too, Brian. 18 cars entered in that. And you will be seeing some racers, actually, that I think have already made an appearance here today. For example, Michael Lewis, he'll be back out there, actually. Took pole position in that Group 3. So, and Christopher Qualls, I think, is going to be out there as well in a Mazda RX-7. So, a couple of names you will have heard in our last couple of races making a second appearance out there on the track. And, yeah, that proves to be another very entertaining group. Like I said, big numbers this weekend. A lot of racers out here enjoying themselves.
Well, that's one of the things that it's a pretty fun feature here of the Sports Car Club of America. Is a lot of guys and gals have cars that either they bring more than one car to the racetrack to race in more than one group, but some of them drive a car like the Mazda MX5, the Spec Miata car, is often also available to be raced in a touring car class or an STU class. So there's more than one opportunity. We call them double dippers. Some guys like Michael Lewis are triple dippers.
Why not?
And I don't think quadruple dipper sounds too good, so we'll forget about that one.
Quad dippers. I don't know. Yeah. Speaking, well, never mind. That wasn't a good transition. I'll back that one right up. I was going to try my best, and I can't do it. Worth pointing out, Nicole Hadra has actually gotten around Paul Marino there, so pushed their way up to 7th overall. The only Formula Atlantic car out there. Meanwhile, Nicholas Coe and John Yeatman, both of them are out of this race, so they are no longer participating. A bit unfortunate for the two of them, but it just looks like DNFs across the board. Reason sort of unknown. By the way, fastest lap, just in case you were wondering, I always love keeping a track of times. It's lap number 4 by Jim Davenport, coming in at a 1:32.738, which is, again, awful fast, and about 2, maybe 3 seconds off of his qual time, which was about 1:29.9, 1:30-ish area.
Yeah, definitely some fast times, and we should get some faster times this afternoon because with the temperature goes up, the motors run a little bit better, and in this kind of temperature, it was really chilly this morning, but definitely the tires work better when it's a little bit warmer out. And that's probably a good part of why we're getting a little bit of better race times here.
Yeah, it's about 54 degrees out there right now, so it's heating up. This morning, I think it was somewhere in the range of, when I got here, about right when practice was starting, it was about 37 degrees, so it was pretty cold. So it's definitely heating up as the day goes on, which is right. It affects the performance of the car.
Exactly. So...
Yeah, just taking a look here at our racers as they go through. Again, Blake Pigeon, Corey Condit, Kevin Mitz, they all remain relatively close to one another in that little grouping of 3, and they've kind of been our main sort of jostling pack. That said, both slacked off a little bit. Corey Condit is about 0.7 of a second behind Blake Pigeon, who in turn is about 0.7 of a second behind Kevin Mitz. But even as I say that, I see Corey Condit there coming down through the dog leg up into the Grapevine, the I-5, putting on a burst of speed again, and this does seem to be sort of the pattern here, is that Corey Condit speeds up a little bit on the straightaway, a lot more aggressive on the straight, than Blake Pigeon, but never quite seems to find the will or the opening there to pass on that straightaway. So maybe building up for something as time goes by. We're about 13 minutes into the race, so still plenty of racing to go.
Yeah, definitely plenty of racing to go here. And as we come up on the halfway point, this is probably a good time to thank our good friends at Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are the title sponsor of the Cal Club U.S. Majors races here on our YouTube channel, the Racing Network. We appreciate everything they do to help us bring you these races. Go check them out. They do a lot more than just race brake pads. They've got a whole bunch of stuff brake-related, as well as just some other really good and useful things for your race team. So check them out, Porterfield Racing Brakes.
Well, let's go ahead and, with their lovely sponsorship, provide a midfield rundown here, a mid-race rundown of the field. Starting in your first place, number 23, Jim Davenport. In second place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In third place, number 35, Johnny Crean. In fourth place, number 13, Kevin Mitz. In fifth, number 108, Blake Pigeon. In sixth, number 37, Corey Condit. In seventh, number 2, Nicole Havadra. In 8th, number 44, Paul Marino. In 9th, number 7, Joseph Moran. In 10th, number 64, Noah Hambai. In 11th, number 29, Christian Akpish. In 12th, number 45, Thomas W. Burt. And in 13th, number 53, Paul McFarland. Well, Corey Condit is closing on Blake Pigeon every time they come around. Yet again, still has not yet kind of manifested the turn. And I say that, and things have actually shifted dramatically while we've been doing our midfield rundown. Corey Condit now sitting behind Kevin Mitz, and somehow Blake Pigeon got around Kevin Mitz and took that fourth overall spot right there. I'm not sure how he did it. I would love to have seen it. But now Corey Condit is chasing Kevin Mitz in the number 13 car, looking to be in a position where he could actually get up behind Blake Pigeon and complete the pass that he's been trying to start for about 4 laps now. Weird happenings.
A lot of things going on as we're getting ready to get here to about 11 minutes to go here. And it's amazing how quick things can change when you just kind of take a second and blink, and then all of a sudden, wow, everything else is a little bit different.
Very true, honestly. And, all it takes is like a little off and on, or even cutting a corner slightly wrong. And that's the difference between victory and defeat here. That said, we know Kevin Mitz in that P2, not racing for anything but pride, but he's certainly putting on the speed right there, coming down the dog leg, and he will take advantage of that speed. And he nearly completes the pass as they head up towards the elevation of the Grapevine, but it is not to be. A very good bit of defensive driving, honestly, from Blake Pigeon. You wouldn't know those two were in different groups the way that they just raced that right there leading up to that hill. But Blake Pigeon will hold him off and continue to hold on to that number 4 spot, but keep an eye on that, especially if we switch back over to that straightaway camera when they come back around, because they are chomping at the bit for one another right there. And sure enough, I think they might have actually affected a pass right there, or perhaps not. It got a little trafficky, a little confused, and sure enough, Blake Pigeon taking advantage of some traffic on the track to open up that lead on Kevin Mitz. Corey Condit and Nicole Havadra are basically both chasing after Kevin Mitz right there, and the gap between Nicole and Corey is shortening every lap, now about 0.36 of a second between 7th and 6th.
Just some really great racing in that pack. It's been fun to keep an eye on that one here and follow that around here with our live stream. This is our camera through the S's. And if you look way out in the distance there, you'll also see the hill up to Phil Hill. So it's you can see kind of both what's going on there before I switch to the dogleg camera. And we will now see that pack coming through here in just a moment. I believe that's Jim Davenport who just went through. He had just lapped that whole group of cars. And now you will see that pack of, well, it's not a complete pack, but it is pretty close racing for 4 places right there.
Well, there is that pass, actually. You might have just caught the tail end of it. Kevin Mitz getting the better finally of Blake Pigeon as they came around there, heading up into that elevation change again. A good spot for a pass, looking popular today. We've seen a lot of action up there on that hill over by the I-5, so have at it out there on that particular turn. And Kevin Mitz now putting themselves in 4th place overall, unless, of course, matters fall out of their hands as they come back around down to the straightaway. It is a little bit difficult for us to see. And here is that straightaway, and no, things will be as they are. Kevin Mitz over Blake Pigeon. Blake Pigeon nipping at Mitz's heels right there. 0.134 right on the tailpipe, honestly, as they come down that straight. And then Corey Condit, about a second behind both of them, putting up his fastest lap of the day, 139.731. Nicole Havardra about a second off of him as well. So again, very tight grouping right there, all kind of chasing one another's tails at the moment. And we'll see if Blake Pigeon can regain that 4th place spot overall from Kevin Mitz.
About 7 minutes to go here, 7.5 to go before we get into our the end of this race, and that means that all these drivers are trying to figure out when to make those final moves. And with about three laps or so to go, now is the time to be figuring that out. Actually, I would think by now you would know when you're going to make the move, but deciding how you're going to make the move and when you're going to make the move, two entirely different things.
Speaking of the move, here comes Nicole Havardra really powering through that dog leg and just out of the backside. I definitely think Corey Condit got a wind of it and put the speed on himself to try and open up the gap, but Nicole right there behind him kind of leached onto the backside, and there's the pass coming through. Number 108. Blake Pigeon finds the opportunity coming down off the elevation into the I-5 and slips around Kevin Mitz. So that battle still going right there, even as Nicole Havardra tries to get the better on the other side. All sorts of movement happening here. 2 more cars make the pass on Kevin Mitz. That'll be Nicole and Corey, both of them shoving their way forward. And so Kevin Mitz, for all their battling, is forced to surrender position right here. Now it's Corey Condit who's chasing after Blake Pigeon.
We're coming up to the point now, Tristan, where I think we've got probably 3 to go.
Seems reasonable.
And just waiting for the word from race control here. We do have a bird's eye view of the start stand, and they haven't picked up the white flag yet, but it won't be long before that happens here as we get to wrap up our 2nd race of the day.
Yeah, that's been a good one. Provided us with some entertainment out there for sure. We'll just keep an eye on that group of 3. Now, in that group, Nicole Havardra, we've already mentioned, is the only FA. Kevin Mitz is the only P2. But Blake Pigeon and Corey Condit, they are both FE2s. So they are effectively fighting for 2nd place in the FE2 category, because Caleb Schrader, the number 99 car, who leads the FE2s right now, very comfortably sitting in 2nd place overall. It looks like Joseph Moran has come in early. He's the one of the few other P1s out there. Dropped a couple of places back and then came off the track. Whether it was technical issues or what have you, don't necessarily know, but it will be the end of the race day there for Joseph Moran. And here comes that group we've been talking about oh so much as they come through again. Good wide opening here by Blake Pigeon, honestly putting on the speed right there as they come across the line. 1 second basically dividing all 3 of those cars right there. So Blake Pigeon, the one to catch, who's just speeding up more and more every lap. That was the fastest lap of the day for Blake Pigeon at 139.378. So putting on some speed of his own right there as he gets chased by Corey Condit.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see the groups coming through the S's here, and definitely the most entertaining action at the moment. We haven't had to, well, something happened off in the.
I was just trying to figure out what that was.
You know, I think that's a dust devil, because that's not near the racetrack.
Might be.
Yeah, or the farmer might be out there doing something as well. So that's farmland out there off.
Yep.
That you're seeing, and sometimes the farmers out there doing what farmers do, and that kicks up some dust. So,
on a Saturday, no less.
Well, you know, gotta tend to your crops.
The farm never sleeps. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, we'll try and figure that out. I'm scanning the horizon, vigorously scanning the horizon here to see if we can get an insight into what exactly was heading on. But now I'm back to looking at the race because that's what matters at the end of the day, and really falling back into old patterns here because Blake Pigeon just seems very comfortable with their spacing ahead of Corey Condit. Corey Condit just can't seem to make up the speed or room. Meanwhile, Nicole Havadra and Kevin Mitz just kind of tagging along. All of them looking for an opening, no opening manifesting for any of them. I say that, though, and Corey Condit putting on a little bit of speed here on the straight, but it's the same old story. Really actually putting on a lot of speed, trying to catch down as they go into sunset, maybe kind of catch Blake Pigeon looking. It does not work. Blake Pigeon will maintain the positioning right there.
With 2:56 left on the clock, and of course, this is not official race time. This is live stream time. But it's really close to the race clock. So with 2:45 left here, we should be seeing the white flag. I'm going to guess next time by for Jim Davenport, and we will rock this thing towards the finish line here.
Well, there's the update right there, and the next lap, the next time by for the leader, that's Jim Davenport. That'll be our white flag. So one lap left there. So if there's going to be movement by Corey Condit to try and wrench back that second place position in FE2, it needs to happen sooner rather than later. But in fact, I don't know. Dreams might be turning to dust out right there because I see Nicole Havadra has maybe just passed Corey Condit as they head up towards the Grapevine. So that's not what they wanted to have happen at all.
And depending on where Jim Davenport is, these guys might get one more lap, that group that's racing there with Condit and Havadra. We'll just check to see here where the white flag falls and what that does for that race. But we'll watch that as well, and then we'll give some love to Jim Davenport here. You're going to see the white flag come out in just a second here. And there it is now in the air for Jim Davenport. And and he is right in there with that pack of cars. So it will be not hard to keep them together here. This is a weird spot for that white flag to fall just because of how it worked with Jim Davenport and then that pack of other classed cars that were racing there. So.
Yeah, a very diverse group that was racing in that kind of second place spot, and they are all just sort of bunched up together, honestly, right there. And yeah, it's easy to distinguish at least that Jim Davenport is the leader there amongst that group, and we'll keep a weather eye here over towards the Dogleg, the Riverside turn, and we'll see who brings himself around.
They should be coming into our view here any second. And there is Jim Davenport going through, and then the second pack of cars there as they make it through the Dogleg here for the very last time for today. Remember, we're going to do this all again tomorrow.
That's right. Plenty more races here to come today as well. Our next race up is Group 3, 18 entries. Going to be interesting. We've got 7 races total on the day, so even after race number 3 is over, there'll be 4 more on the deck for you here. Know where you need to be going if you want some more good racing action. And some of those classes that are coming up are some of our hottest ones. Spec Miatas, Spec Racer Fords. Big groups here today. Well worth watching.
All right, here comes Jim Davenport down to the line to get the checkered flag here. You'll see it in just a second. Jim Davenport will be your race leader and your race winner. And then Tristan can help us sort out the rest of them.
Yeah, we certainly can. And we're just seeing now if there's a natural conclusion point to this or not. But I think we've got our full field race grid ready to go. So let's go ahead and give the rundown. Starting with group number 1, or with position number 1, that'll be number 23, your race winner, Jim Davenport. In second place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In third place, number 35, Johnny Crean. In fourth, number 108, Blake Pigeon. In fifth, number 2, Nicole Havadra. In sixth, number 37, Corey Condit. In seventh, number 13, Kevin Mitz. In eighth, number 44, Paul Marino. In ninth, number 64, Noah Hambayi. In 10th, number 29, Christian Ockpish. In 11th, number 45, Thomas W. Burt. And then in 12th, number 53, Paul McFarlane to round it out.
All right, that's going to do it for race number 2. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have race number 3, and we'll do that next. Stay with us. You're watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes, porterfield-brakes.com. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, we are back at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I'm Brian Belansky. He's Tristan Parker. I called you Tristan earlier. One of my best friends is Tristan.
That's okay.
You know.
I had a professor who used to call me that. It's all good.
We used to refer to him as famed French race car driver Tristan Smith.
Yeah, it sounds
He is
good
not
that
French
way.
nor
Nor
famed.
famed.
But that's what we used to call him. So,
Fair
but
enough.
anyway, Tristan Parker is here with us. Our next race coming up here in just a minute. They've started their pace lap. Is GT3, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 2, 3, and 4, and a local class here, Mazda GT2. So let's do our starting grid. Tristan, take it away.
Yeah, starting from the back of the pack in 18th, number 62, Christopher Qualls from West Los Angeles, California. Next to him, number 17, that'll be Kayla Etherington from Las Vegas, Nevada. In 16th, number 98, David Zink from Henderson, Nevada. Next to him, number 52, Dale Shoemaker from Henderson, Nevada. In 14th overall, number 17, James Bishop from San Jose, California. Number 13, number 36, Tony Karatsis from San Jose, California. In 12th, number 33, Philip Clark from Oceanside, California. Alongside him, number 43, Norm Benson from Paso Robles, California. Next, we have number 78, Izzy Sanchez from San Mateo, California. In 9th, number 31, Antonio Zarcone from Las Vegas, Nevada. And in 8th, number 116, Ryan Gutiel from Madera, California. In 7th, number 67, John Davies from Hood River, Oregon. In 6th, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh from Glendora, California. In 5th, number 6, Scott Graham from Irvine, California. In 4th, number 25, Michael Newmeyer from San Mateo, California. In 3rd, number 10, Wesley Molno from Glendora, California. And in 2nd, number 15, Wolfgang Micah from Santa Barbara, California. And then your overall race leader and pole position, number 32, Michael Lewis from Poway, California.
Nice size field here as well. And getting ready to go 25 minutes here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park on our track 14 counterclockwise. We don't run counterclockwise here very often, and so we're having a little bit of fun with that. Not everybody loves that idea, but that's the configuration.
We're here.
And we're here doing it, so I'm just happy we're racing on a full racetrack this weekend.
Yeah, it's nice to see so many cars out there, and we've had a couple of good moments so far here today, and this group promises to be a competitive one. If you are curious, the majority of the field, STLs, and T4s are making up the lion's share of the racers out there right now. Your individual leader for the STLs, by the way, Wesley Molno in that number 10 car. And then your overall Tier 4 leader, that'll be Izzy Sanchez in number 78. That's 10th place overall there in the race.
As you can see, our pace car leading the field through the off-ramp section. He'll be heading off the racetrack very soon. And you can also see the cars starting to kind of line up 2 by 2. And they will come onto the racetrack. Tracy Kane's our starter. She will decide whether or not they're lined up well enough to get the green flag. And it looks as though they are. And here they come through. Kind of a split-ish gap start. I don't know exactly how you describe it, but a couple of groups decided to get together and put their own little class group together here.
Well, right off the rip there, you saw a lot of shifting and movement. It did look like Wolfgang Micah was trying to kind of shove their way forward. We'll see, I guess, when the dust settles as they come around after lap number 1, who ends up where. But definitely some speed and power going into that straight right there when that green flag came out. That'll be that was kind of the go signal, as it were. I guess it is technically, but sometimes you don't always see cars get really tight right there, and you could tell from the very start the second position was already trying to make a move right at the beginning.
All right, in the foreground you saw there was the S's. In the background, out there off in the distance, that is Phil Hill. And once they come down through Phil Hill, they go through Riverside and then hit the dog leg here, which we can see. And when they go on the dog leg, they are heading towards Grapevine, and we will see that here. That is Grapevine, that you can see the cars kind of a little heading up the hill over the hump, and then when they come down the hill, that would be our version of the Grapevine, and then they come to Cotton Corners. Nice little pack of cars there, about 7 cars, all nice and tight. So you got those 3 cars up front. It'll be interesting to see when they cross the line for the first time. My guess is that's one class of cars up front, and then I think those are probably your STU cars there, is the second group. So here they come down now to take their green flag for the first full lap, coming across the start line here. We should see them populating our starting pylon here. Let me see if I can get that kick started here. Oh, there you go.
Well, there they go. Cross the line. Let's get an idea of who shook out where. And some light shifting. So Wolfgang Micah did take that first spot right there, but the big winner is Christopher Qualls, number 62, who on paper qualled in at 18th overall due to a minimum weight requirement issue. Now jumps all the way up to second place behind Wolfgang. Michael Lewis slips into third, so there you go. Not sure exactly what happened with Christopher Qualls, but still a good performance nonetheless. I might try and find some clarity on that because I'm a little curious how they went from 18th to 6th in one lap.
Well, it could have been part of that split start and how they lined them up. And when that happens, sometimes some of the cars from further back in the field get to come up closer to the front to be with their class. So I suspect that might have been happening, or maybe they put the nitrous on. Who knows?
That certainly would be a shock if somebody opened up with that, but you never know. Stranger things have happened, I'm sure. Looks as though Wesley Molno is not participating in the race here, despite participating in quals. So that's a bit unfortunate there for Wesley, but the rest of the field staying active. Here they come around the start. There's Wolfgang still in the lead, setting another very fast lap. Michael Lewis, though, will have gotten the better of Christopher Qualls right there coming through the straight, so he instead will be sitting at second place overall. Current leader of the GT3 group, though, still Wolfgang Micah. The current leader of the STL group, by the way, just came past you as well. It's the number 13 car of Todd Launchbot right there, being chased by Michael Neuermeyer, about 3.97 of a second behind. So there's a proper race to be had right there. There's a proper race to be had as well, honestly, for first overall in this race, because Michael Lewis is only about a half second behind Wolfgang Micah. So a general fight there happening between the two of them.
I'm just reveling in the weather.
Oh yeah, it's lovely
because it was so bad last time we were here, and it is as good as I've seen it for. Is it what, February, March? Where are we at? We're in March.
We're in March, yeah.
This is really perfect Buttonwillow weather in March. You can see the pond right here in our foreview there. That is remnants of all of the rain that we've been having, and just imagine a lot of things underwater. That's what the situation was last time. Good news is here, no water issues, and we are racing fast and furious.
Yeah, it was so interesting all the way back in January to see drivers dealing with the rain, because it is an infrequent occurrence out here. We really don't have very many times when the weather and the races line up to that extent.
Right.
So I'm sure I know there was a lot of drivers who were having kind of I don't know if I would call it miserable, but a difficult time.
I'd call it miserable.
Yeah, very well. Fair to call it miserable. I know that there were drivers who had never done rain races before, so they were literally being thrown in at the deep end. Speaking of being thrown at the deep end, something bad happened to Wolfgang Micah. I don't know what it was, but Christopher Qualls and Michael Lewis both power ahead. Michael Lewis back in first place, and in first place with a authority 3-second gap right there between him and Christopher Qualls. And here comes the rest of the group as well. A little bit of hunting in that pack. John Davies trying to take out Antonio Zarcone and achieve that 6th place spot. Meanwhile, Ryan Gutiel there on the chase behind John Davies, only about half a second behind. So a good tight little group between 6, 7, 8, and then 9. Keeping an eye there on our leaders at the moment, and they have spread out something wicked. Michael Lewis with a significant gap between himself and Christopher Qualls, and then Wolfgang Micah, despite all that early game success, is now quite far back in that overall picking. And they've set themselves well apart from the rest of the pack, because we'll just see them coming down through that dogleg camera right now. This is everybody else, or sort of the start of everybody else, who are admittedly very close together, but not really in a position where they can make some significant passes. So don't get too excited if you're looking at that group and thinking that, you know, maybe deliverance has come for one of those drivers. It is not the case. They simply have to kind of play that one out.
Definitely. 17 and a half minutes left to go here. And we are moving through our third race of the day. Next up on our schedule is going to be the Spec Racer Ford race. They always are entertaining.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, always a good group, very competitive group. So that'll be something to stick around for, and that will be a 15 race car group in the Spec Racer Ford. So, and you will see some names. Caleb Schrader will be making an appearance in that group as well. So, should be pretty good to watch. Also, an interesting storyline in that next race. No doubt we will talk about it, but James Schubert is racing there, as is Brian Schubert, the last year's champion, I think, in 6th place overall here. So a good race promising there. Robert Edmondson actually making an appearance as well. Plenty of names that you'll recognize. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good race.
And that's last year's Cal Club region champion.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
so, yeah.
I should have qualified. Don't want to give him too much of a promotion. Yeah, you're right. Now, last year's Cal Club regional champion. There you go. But still, I don't know, talented driver.
Definitely. So, I just want to make sure that.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
we're not promoting him to a Runhouse National Championship.
Oh, no.
But that'd be great if that happened. Absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be very exciting. But no, I do not think that is the case. Christopher Qualls, by the way, maintaining that second place position over Wolfgang Micah. Scott Graham in the hunt as well, but still. The pack down around 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. That all remains pretty tight. That's Ryan Gutiel, Michael Neumeyer, John Davies, and Antonio Zarcone, who are all kind of keeping it together down there, respectively, in the middle of the pack.
I want to thank a lot of people who make this possible. Of course, obviously, the folks from Cal Club out here having fun with us this weekend, and without their help, and we wouldn't be here doing the live stream. Also want to thank all the corner workers out here this weekend, and everyone who's working on the outdoors volunteer to put this race on. Our corner workers, our starters, our grid folks, our tech folks, all the folks who have to be out in the elements to help and get a race off the ground. Those folks are out here doing a great job, and many of them were here during the winter storm when we had all the issues. So, and they suffered through that, and without any complaints, I'm sure, because we do love what we do out here. But want to thank all those folks, and of course we've got our stewards, our timing and scoring folks, our registration, all of our worker services and guest services folks, everyone who's out here trying to make this race go on. A big thank you to all of them, and then finally, but not least, Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are our title sponsor for the live stream. They are a big help to us to be able to put this on, and without their help, we wouldn't be here, and we want to appreciate everything they do. If you want to check them out, go to porterfield-brakes.com and spend a little money with those folks, because they've spent a little money to help us out here as well.
Well, anyway, keeping an eye here on the race, as there's a petition, I think, for Brian's monocular to be brought to bear.
They're downstairs.
Oh no, I wanted to see the Vanta binocular as well. I've always wanted one.
I'll bring it up after the lunch or after the work.
I feel like that's one of those things where you always want like a nice telescope or like some sort of, binoculars or something. I'd never use it probably, but you just want a nice one. I don't know why that is, but
yeah.
You just want a nice one in your stash in case you ever need it. Meanwhile, back on the racetrack, Wolfgang Micah not able to get around Christopher Qualls. 0.49 of a second right there for him. Scott Graham well behind that third place spot. Looking down in the deeper in the order, that number 6, Antonio Zarcone, is trying to get around Todd Launchbaugh. And when I say trying, I mean right in the thick of it. He does actually succeed here as they come across the line. Still that group very close. That'll be just for reference. Todd Launchbaugh, John Davies, Michael Neumeyer, Ryan Gutiel have formed a little wrecking crew there in the center. Not actually, but close to it, where they're all sort of dueling one another right now, trying to assert their place. And the best part is they are all STL cars. So when Zarcone made that pass right there to take 5th place overall, they took 1st place in the STL category from Todd Launchbaugh. So a fight to watch there amongst those cars.
Yeah, it has been quite the battle here. So, did you just give the full field rundown? I didn't know it.
No, I didn't.
I was going to say I was.
Give it. I was listing off names because it's a tight little group of 4 right there. So,
well, and someone was asking me for the link to the live stream, so I was texting it to him. So
let's go ahead and give ourselves the full field rundown here at the halfway mark. I hear it now coming through, so it's official. But starting with your race leader, number 32, Michael Lewis. In 2nd place, number 62, Christopher Qualls. In 3rd place, number 15, Wolfgang Meike. In 4th place, number 16, Scott Graham. In 5th place, number 31, Antonio Zarcone. In 6th place, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In 7th, number 67, John Davies. In 8th, number 25, Michael Newmeyer. In 9th, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In 10th, number 10, well, that's appropriate, Oscar Jackson. And from there on out, we have Norm Benson, James Bishop, Tony Karatsus, Philip Clark, David Zink, Dale Shoemaker, Izzy Sanchez, Kayla Etherington, and then Wesley Molno in 19th did not race today.
All right, 11 minutes to go. Everybody who's been out on the track at this point has at least completed what the official race would be a full race, or at least be able to be a race finisher. Michael Lewis, of course, in command here in that number 32 car, and he certainly knows how to get around Buttonwillow. And at every race he's been in on the Super Tour, he has been up front as well. So he has had some unfortunate luck on some of those races, but he has been at the pointy end of the field throughout. So it's been fun. You're giggling about something. I'm trying to figure out.
Just the pointy end of the field. I like that.
Oh, yes.
The tip of the spear.
That's right. So
talented driver, and again, he's one of those. You say he does 3 cars usually, right?
Yeah, he does multiple cars, and he is a multiple national champion. So
very talented.
No question. Christopher Qualls, he's been to the runoffs before, so he's got a lot of talent as well. So we've got some pretty fast shoes out here.
Yeah, and I should give just a little ups there to is it Wolfgang Meike, who I don't actually recognize that name. Haven't seen them out there before, but holding up in like a 1995 Toyota Paseo or something out there with them. So the other 2 that we were discussing right there, I think are both Mazda RX-7s. I want to get a confirmation on that for Christopher Qualls. Yeah. Christopher Qualls is actually running a 2022 Mazda RX-7, which might, just looking at it, be the newest car that's out there on the track today in this group. So, yeah, it's impressive stuff all around. And actually, speaking of Wolfgang Meike, just as they came across the line right here, set the fastest lap time for the group at 152.215. So, a very impressive race. Even though he's kind of hovering in 3rd place right now, he did lead for a while. And in general, he's been doing very well. So, against those talented drivers, credit where credit is due.
Yeah, it definitely went purple with that 152. Not only the fastest of the group, that's the fastest lap of the entire race.
Yep.
So that's some good driving there.
It's interesting how those 4 GT3 cars have kind of taken that top group and are sort of running their own race, for lack of a better word, and then. Or I should say those 3, and then Scott Graham is in a GT3 kind of as a buffer between them and the STLs who are all racing down. Again, those STLs are tight, ladies and gentlemen. Those top 4 or 5 STL racers, every time they come around here, they are in a very, very close formation, and you'll see that on your cameras as you go through. There's about 5 of them, and that's anybody's ball game down there amongst that lot, because I think Todd Launchbaugh is only about half a second off of Antonio Zarcone in the lead, and then behind him, John Davies is right in the hunt there too, almost a third of a second. So one to keep an eye on here, and you will, I think, see them. There they are as they come through the dog leg, and that, I think, gives you a really good visual image of that little group working together. or racing together.
Yeah, definitely. There is the dog leg there off in the distance, and I would say that's probably a good 3-iron away from from the next turn.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they're out there doing their thing, and it's been a lot of fun to watch. Here they are coming through Cotton Corners one more time. Really hasn't been a lot of change in position as for one, but also just that pack has done a really nice job of staying together.
They have, and you know, I will say, and at the risk of cursing things,
No.
I was going to say it. It's been a remarkably clean race.
Oh boy,
there's not been a lot of hassle. I think maybe
done.
one card went behind the wall today in this entire group number 3, so not bad at all. But speaking of that tight group, here they come across the line again. No real true big shifts in the group, but the hunt still very much on. I mean, we've got about 7 minutes left here in this race, which, you know, that's probably a good maybe 3-4 laps, I would say, out of these guys, just based on, let's go with 3, just based on how fast they've been going. And again, a reminder to everybody who's looking at our live stream, that timer is not race actual. That's the closest approximation we can get.
Yep.
So could be a little bit more, could be a little bit less. But yeah, about 3 laps. So if you're going to start making moves, your time is running low now. You got to start strategizing. Strategizing.
Wow.
Strategery.
We've taken it to another level here, folks.
I always liked strategery.
Yes, exactly.
It's a great word.
One of George Bush's finer moments.
Yeah, it's a good one that's stuck in the lexicon.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, not gonna get political, but strategery is a good one. I quite like.
Chris Qualls, he's sticking around. He's only 5 seconds back on Michael Lewis, so just the slightest hiccup out of the 32 car, and the 62 car will drive right up on his back bumper. And as I say that, this time they cross the line. 3.6 seconds is the gap between first and second place. Yeah,
but the sword of Damocles there in the form of Wolfgang Micah hanging over the head of Christopher Qualls, so he's not quite safe from that. About 0.77 of a second right there behind. So same applies. Any small kind of mistake, such as what we actually just saw John Davies, who was chasing Todd Launchbaugh. No, it was Todd Launchbaugh. I'm sorry. Did a little off and on right there, trying to catch up with Antonio Zarcone, which is the kind of thing you don't want to be doing right when there's only about 5 minutes left in the race. Ideally, this is when you're at peak clean racing.
Well, ideally it is, but this is the time where your tires start to go off, and you know the car's a lot lighter now than it was on the first lap, so you don't have that extra weight to be able to keep those rear tires on the racetrack as much as you did earlier in the race. So lots of stuff going on here as we get to our final laps here.
Also just getting tired.
Yeah.
Straight up genuine. It's tiring. And you got to, you know, keep very focused out there, and all these drivers are obviously playing for keepsies, so it's something that they have to think about. But some very close drivers down there in that pack, and I think you saw actually at the tail end right there as they came down through the S's. I want to say that's the rear end of that pack, so my guess would probably be Michael Newmeyer and John Davies are very close to one another on the tail end of that group. And again, you'll get another look at it right there as they come down through the off-ramp. So something to keep an eye on here as they come back across through the straight. There's your race leaders, by the way, powering across, pretty much maintaining the same formation they have this entire time, though I will say to Christopher Qualls' credit, he's opened up the gap on Wolfgang Micah to about 1.6 seconds, so made himself a cushion.
And he's closed the gap to Michael Lewis to 2.7 seconds. So
fast lap for him.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you saw Michael Lewis having to negotiate around some back marker traffic here. And that was that. Here is Michael Lewis coming through first. Those next two cars are the lap traffic. And then Christopher Qualls was your fourth car in line there, followed by Wolfgang Make and Scott Graham. So that's how they came through that camera shot there. And then, of course, you can see that's Michael Lewis heading up the grapevine there and off in the distance.
Yeah, and a bit of bad news, by the way, for, well, let's take a look at this pack really quick, see here if there's any big shifts. Not really. John Davies not able to get the better of Launchbaugh. Michael Newmeyer still stuck in 8th in that position. But I was going to say, just so everyone's aware, Izzy Sanchez and Kayla Etherington, 2 of the T4 racers out there today, they are out of the race. They are behind the wall. I think both of them completed the minimum number of laps required, but neither of them are on the track anymore. So that's 2 racers you will not be seeing.
And it looks like as fast as Michael Lewis is he's going to get one more lap after this one. So this will be, I'm guessing, the second to last lap.
I think we might be a little ahead.
Yeah, the lap before the second to last lap. Here comes Michael Lewis across the line here. And with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go, his laps right now are at 150, 154. So next time by, he'll get it just before time runs out. So it's almost like bonus racing.
You know, it's almost like bonus racing, and a very good little pass right there by Wolfgang Micah. You saw that, I think, on the screen, sliding right around Christopher Qualls on the outside or the inside edge as they came up the straight. And sure enough, there you go. Next time by, Brian, last lap to go, so the white flag will come out. But Wolfgang made his move right there. He's been biding his time and got the better of Chris Qualls, who admittedly had just put up a really impressive lap and unfortunately cannot maintain the positioning. And then further down, deeper into the mix, we want to keep an eye on this whole STL situation here. And here I think some of our STLs maybe venture across the line sooner rather than later. And we're waiting. There goes John Davies, Michael Newmeyer behind him, and no great moment here for Todd Launchbaugh, I'm afraid. Number 1-3 went off and on a ways back in the race and has dropped back down to the back of that pack. So Antonio Zarcone and John Davies continue to sit at the leaders of the STL group in 5th and 6th, respectively.
And there are your leaders now heading through the through Cotton Corners. And as you will see, Wolfgang Mike was in second place, right on the bumper of Michael Lewis. And here they are coming through the off ramp. Lewis has opened up a little bit of a gap, but Wolfgang right there now. He got around Christopher Qualls. This is going to make for a very exciting final lap here.
It will do, because Wolfgang Mike is putting on the speed. He just set the fastest time for the race so far, 151.759. Meanwhile, up by the riverbend heading into the dogleg, we do have a car that is off the track completely. So that's a little bit unfortunate, and I think they're probably there to stay. Not sure who it is. Gut instinct, just looking at the color, it might very well be Todd Launchbaugh, but I'm not sure. So we'll probably get a confirmation at some point in time. But they're getting back on the track right now, so the race will continue apace with or without them. And again, I think that might have been the number 13. But like I said, we'll confirm. I want to keep an eye on that leader group, though, Brian, because that is a race and a half right there between that crew.
Definitely. Lewis still in front of Wolfgang Mikey in the 15 car, and we're going to see them come through the dogleg here for the final time. At the line, the gap was less than a second, and it is still really, really close. And it looks like there's an attempt for a pass there.
Wow, Micah just pushes it.
That's right, Micah going on the inside. We'll see if he completes it here. We're going to see them come up over the hill and see who is in first place. It looks like Wolfgang Mike is your race leader.
Well, I'm shocked by that one, actually, because Lewis didn't even really try and fight it. He just sort of was over to the side, and Wolfgang, little hesitant, honestly, was a little scared to do it, and then just sort of powered past him. I mean, there's still some time here as they come down into the deep end and backed up to where we can see them, where they could potentially get the pass along the I-5 off-ramp area. No, I don't know. Wolfgang looking pretty comfortable in that leader spot right there, and we'll have to keep an eye on the main straight. And sure enough, Wolfgang Micah powering across the line right there. Michael Lewis coming in at a relatively pedestrian pace behind him, and there's Christopher Qualls to round out the top 3. And a spectacular race from the number 15 car. Wouldn't have seen it coming, was hovering in 3rd place for most of the race, and then over the course of maybe 3 laps, made 2 moves and got to where he wanted to be.
Definitely. It looked like he was able to keep his car beneath him and maybe reserve some tires as through the first 20 minutes of this race. And then when it came to the last 5 minutes, he's like, it's go time. And guess what?
Wow.
He went.
He did. He really went. A great race. Something to be very proud of. That was a good one. And as we were saying, I mean, Christopher Qualls, Michael Lewis, they are not novices. They are both very talented drivers out there. So a well-fought race. As we keep an eye on the rest of our cars here and get an idea of what's going to happen with this STL pack, the other kind of crew that we've been watching here throughout most of this, and the ones that I'm genuinely interested to see how it all sort of shakes out for them. I think that pack might have spread out a fair bit over the course of the last couple of laps. There comes Scott Graham. There's Antonio Zarcone, so he will win the STLs. Now John Davies coming across, Michael Newmeyer rounding it out, and looks like that's where they're hold. Todd Launchbaugh sailing in right there, and we'll see. I think Ryan Gutiel will round that out. So the end there is a relatively solid set, basically what they've been running on for the last, 5 minutes or so.
All right, let's give our full field rundown here. And then
Sure
we will
thing.
take a break before we get to our fourth race of the day.
Well, winning your race here in first place overall, number 15, Wolfgang Micah. Beautiful race run right there. In second place, number 32, the veteran talent of Michael Lewis. In third place, the veteran talent of number 62, Christopher Qualls. In fourth, number 6, Scott Graham. In fifth, number 31, Antonio Zarcone. In sixth, number 67, John Davies. In seventh, number 25, Michael Newmeyer. In eighth, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In ninth, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In 10th, number 10, Oscar Jackson climbed 8 places across the course of this race. And then after him, Norman Benson, Philip Clark, Dale Shoemaker, David Zink, and Tony Karatsus, with James Bishop, Izzy Sanchez, and Kayla Etherington just dipping out of the race after halfway completion.
All right, that is going to do it for race number 3. When we come back, we will have all the action for race number 4. That's next. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors races. Tristan Parker, Brian Polanski here with the race call. Race number 4 is up now. Our Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford 3s. Most of these are Spec Racer Ford 3s. And this is a spec class. All the cars are essentially identical. The only difference is the size and weight of the driver and the skill behind the wheel as well.
Shots fired. I don't know.
You know.
The size of the weight, huh? Oh.
You know, Lighter cars go faster.
They
I'm just
do.
saying. That's
It's
why
true.
I don't get to race as much as I used to.
Now, some of us also feel that pain. But
Anyway.
let's go ahead and give you our grid here, starting from the back. Number 15, that'll be number 43, James Schubert. In 14th, number 71, Douglas Stewart. In 13th, number 16, Mike Moshe from Los Angeles, California. In 12th, number 69, Denny Fosdick from Riverside, California. Alongside him, number 2, Lee Douglas from Portland, Oregon. In 10th, number 15, Tom Miserandino from La Quinta, California. In 9th, number 197, Mark Ballingy from Shafter, California. In 8th, number 55, Jay Rosenthal from Woodland Hills, California. In 7th, number 45, Tom Burt from Woodway, Washington. In 6th, number 9, Brian Schubert from Huntington Beach, California. In 5th, number 14, Paul Marino from Chatsworth, California. In 4th, number 77, Andre Pera from Government Camp, Oregon. In 3rd place, number 111, Robert Edmondson from Manhattan Beach, California. In 2nd, number 17, John Black from Olympic Valley, California. And then in the lead, number 99, Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon, is your pole position.
There you go. And we are about a minute away from getting this thing underway. It's been a fantastic weather here at Buttonwillow this afternoon. About 50 or so degrees, 55 degrees. I haven't looked yet, but I probably should. But it is puffy clouds, good weather for the engines to breathe and go, decent weather for the tires as well. Currently 58 degrees here. There's our pace car. The lights are off as they come through Cotton Corners. They'll start to form up in 2x2 order here, and then we will get this thing underway. Chuck Phillips is our starter for this race. He will decide whether or not he likes what he sees when the car comes around. When the cars come around turn 16 and onto our main straightaway. It's nice to be able to call the last corner turn 16 for a change.
Yes, everything in numerical order as it should be.
All right, our pace car is going to come off the racetrack here. Cars will line up 2x2, and we will get ready for a start, and we'll let Tristan take us to the start of this race.
Well, we get a good idea here as they come around. They are relatively lined up, going quite slow, honestly, into the straightaway, all things considered. Green flag in hand. We'll get a good idea of whether we're going to start this as they come creeping along, and there's the sign. Green flag is out. Off go the Spec Racers. 4 wide at times, and a little bit of a clash right out the
as
side.
You can see it, absolutely. Look at that carnage there. 2 cars. That's the 15 car, which is who is that 15 car?
Tom Miserandino right there, and Tom Burt.
Tom Miserandino, Tom Burt. So we've got damage across the front straight. I suspect this is going to end up definitely being a full course yellow situation. And I see Tom Miserandino getting out of the car. That's good news. So he is okay. Waiting for the 45 car here.
He sudden burst of movement right there. We usually really don't see that very often. Red flag coming out right now.
All right, so the red flag situation that we have here, and the way the red flag works here in the SCCA is all the cars are supposed to stop on the racetrack where they are, and they will start to slow down. Some cars seeing the red flag, others not. That is part of the situation here. Hopefully there's no...
Yeah, not a good situation out there because that red flag came out, and I'm pretty sure at least one of the Spec Racers went right up the back end of the other Spec Racers. A lot of shifting in positions there as well, so that I think is going to cause some consternation there amongst these Spec Racer Ford drivers. Again, all the Spec Racer Ford guys, they all know each other.
Many of them paddock together.
Yeah, they paddock together. They all run out of the similar garages, so...
Okay, so Tom Burt out of the car. So both the drivers involved in the incident are fine. That is the best news that we have right now, and we will keep an eye on that. and then we'll go and look at. It's hard to see here from off in the distance, but you have all of the pack just on the other side of the dog leg there, and they have stopped. They will wait for the course. Now what'll happen is typically they will throw the black flag all. That'll get the cars back here onto pit lane where they can figure out what order they should be gridded in, and then we will go back and start the race here. So.
Well, you got to give credit where credit is due to the emergency teams out here at Buttonwillow, going very efficient and very fast to get those two drivers safely out of their cars and to make sure everything's cleared off. So the 45 and the 15 should be out. Sounds like, just based on initial eyeballing and what I'm hearing here over the radio, it was number 15 who maybe was a little too close, just clipped number 45 of Tom Burt, and that's why you have the spin out that you did, but I think we'll get a better picture of it perhaps later on, and obviously we do actually have the footage of it if they really wanted to play it back, but should hold out for now. The grid being held up, and I think that might be where our second problem is going to come from, because not everybody got the message on the red, so a little bit of rustling there amongst that group, but a rough start here for the Spec Racer Fords, which is unfortunate because, as we said, they are one of our more entertaining groups, but certainly providing some entertainment, just perhaps not in the way we intended here today. Looks like the pace car probably going to come out onto the track, maybe help sort this. Now, as I understand it, and Brian has stepped out for a second, so he can't correct me, so I'm going to make wild speculations. Race timer has been going this entire time. Officially, the race had started when this incident occurred. Both cars now up on their toes. As you can see, you've got a front row view. Maybe you don't actually have that footage up right there, but the car is up on the toe. That'll be the 45 car and the 15 car. They're both safe and secure, drivers safe and secure. And so we should be able to get started with this race again shortly, I hope. Bad day for Tom Miserandino and Tom Burt, though. Neither of them going to be too happy about how this started. Fortunately, though, just for a quick, as much as we can tell from up here, and again, this did happen right in front of us, neither of those cars massively damaged. So relatively okay, both the vehicles, both the drivers. So should be something that hopefully can maybe be fixed overnight. We might be seeing them back out here tomorrow. Pace car, I believe, has headed out onto the track, so they might be getting the pace car out there so they can re-jostle that grid just a little bit and get everybody in order. But doubtless, this has slowed the course of this race up a little bit. Now, there you go. Both the tow trucks moving off right now, which means we should be restarting the race shortly. Like I said, a bit of excitement here at the start. Looks like they'll be starting under a black flag up there by turn 11. For reference, that's by the grapevine. You just can't quite see it, but we'll get a good view of them as they come around through the cotton corners and keep that race going. But a bit of a kerfuffle there to start us off, Brian, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, definitely, and it's been very interesting to see that situation there. And we can, I can verify that the clock has stopped.
Okay, so the clock did stop on it. All right.
So I'm going to stop the clock, and I will get it restarted at some point in time when I can resync with race control or come real close to it anyway. So what's going to happen here is they are going to go black flag all. They're going to bring the cars back in and reorder them where they were when they crossed the line, which is pretty much they didn't complete a race lap.
They did not.
So it's basically back to the original grid order. The reason they do that is because when we had the red flag, several cars went and passed others before they were able to get to a stop. So the fair way to do that is to get them in. They'll do as quick a job as they can to reorder them, and then we will go from there. So
there you go, and it does, yeah, that does make sense because I know that as we are watching them go through, definitely not everybody stopped on a dime right there. I think I actually saw some contact between some of them, but I don't think it was anything too severe. So hopefully something they can sort out. But they are going to get things restarted under the black here, and they can hopefully get it back and rolling. And that's what we want to see. And not, as you said, because the timer paused, not too much time shed off the course of the race either. So everybody just kind of has to go out and do it again. But yeah, wild start here to the Spec Racer Fords.
And I'm going to see if I can do some magic here.
There you go. I was going to ask.
See if I can get us a replay of this. So,
okay. You're going to try and get a replay.
Give me a second here. This is all new.
Replay ops. Yeah,
we're building stuff on the fly here. So
pretty exciting. Yeah.
Let's see what I can do.
Well, it's rare that we get the action quite that up close and personal, I must admit. But yeah, that was right at the starting line. Bad day for those two drivers. Very unfortunate. Unfortunately, number 15, I will say, I believe, came out the worst of that collision. Just watching it up here, I believe that's Tom Miserandino just taking it out here as they pull it over towards our tech. That front right wheel is absolutely mangled. I mean, truly mangled. Probably when they hit the wall right there by the pitch. It's absolutely crushed it. And I don't know how difficult those repairs are going to be, so... comparatively, the 45 car looked not quite as damaged. Pretty much just lost the front body work. It's going to be a busy day for the engineers over at the garage right there, the crew, to get that bad boy restored. But here comes our field. They are going to shuffle into, I believe, the pit lane so the grid order can be reestablished. I want to say that's what we're going to see. And sure enough, here they come through again.
Yep. All right, so let me see if I can make this replay thing work here, okay? So stand by.
Fire.
Let's give this a shot. We're going to go to that. All right, you ready for this? Here we go, Tristan. Here is our start of the race. And we can see it develops right there at the start-finish line. Both cars go hard into that retaining wall there. Can't tell exactly what started it there, but thankfully both drivers are okay. Both the 15 car and the 45 car went nose first in. Let me see if I can pull it back one more time and get started here. This is not the best technology that I've got. But it's what we have, and I'm making do with it right now. There is our pace car. We'll just let this develop because we're going to have a few minutes anyway. So
we do have a few minutes.
We'll let this play here before we go back to our action while they are getting ready to go here.
Yeah, we can't. You're right. It's hard to get a read on exactly what happened right there because that line of sight is blocked by those vehicles. But
yeah. I mean, so our how it developed is not going to be
that drone cam.
Exactly. We'll have to work that out.
I don't know who's gonna fly it.
Yeah,
but, I'll fly it with my feet while you do the talking.
Exactly.
Now here.
So let me pull my cursor down here so we can see it. I need to get a little instant or not so instant replay.
Slightly instant.
Yeah, instant adjacent.
Instant adjacent replay.
Instant adjacent replay. All right, here we go. This is one last look at it, and then we'll get back to just talking about what's about to happen here. So, as soon as the green flag flies, it's about mid-pack, and something got a couple cars to come together, and both of the two cars hit that inside wall really hard.
Yeah, so
especially the 15 car Tom Miserandino. That was a pretty much head-on hit, and he jumped out really fast. So that was really good news there. And like I said, both drivers out. So I'm sure they'll get a once-over from the medical staff, and hopefully they'll be fine. And the good news is with these Spec Racer Ford cars is that with the customer service rep here right at the racetrack, they got plenty of parts to put these back together if they want to go racing tomorrow. So,
also some spare, as I understand it, they have some spare ones lying around.
Right, just lying around.
Yeah, basically, they can kind of walk out. I know I've heard drivers do that before, so it depends on the garage, probably there as well. But it's a good reminder. It's a dangerous sport.
You might not think it because most of our races here are pretty clean and most of our drivers are pretty, good about following their instructions or whatever. But occasionally things happen, whether you like it or not. And I don't think our starters particularly like that either because that was literally right underneath them. So
Well,
a little spooky.
and that's how I knew something was developing because I'm looking right at the starters, and they started kind of ducking for cover. And because things were flying pretty high in there. As you can see, our cars are back on the racetrack, and we are about to get started. So the time has come off the clock, although it did stop. So I'm guessing that when we do get the green flag here, well, now that they're doing a pace lap, the time will have restarted now because the race has officially started. So when we get back to green, I'm guessing there'll be 22, 23 minutes left in the race, maybe 21. Once I get synced up with the timing and scoring clock, I'll put the countdown back up here. So
for your reference, Brian, I hear now from timing and scoring, 58 seconds into the race, the clock will stop. So
start.
Start.
Right. So
24 seconds.
Right. But by the time they come around now, there'll be another minute or two ticked off. So it's pretty. That was the quick cleanup, by the way. I should mention
credit to the emergency crews for, like I said, just getting out there and getting it done.
Yeah,
fast.
really well done here. So
turning it up, getting the drivers out, everything we needed in a matter of minutes, honestly. So good job to them. So would be interesting to know exactly what happened, but it is worth pointing out. Basically, as soon as that green flag came out, that pack got immediately jumbled. There was no hesitation. As soon as they saw the green, they were all up in each other's business. 4 wide in the back, by the way, behind where that happened. So I mean, they were ready to go. And this is one of the upsides and or downsides of the Spec Racer Ford group is that they are very competitive. They do race quite hard.
Right.
So, and them and the Mazda Miatas, I think, are probably our most overall competitive groups and very similar dynamics, like we were saying earlier. They all kind of know each other. They all race from the same garages.
Right.
And they've been competing against each other, some of them for years now. So, they're all very invested in the competition.
All right. Here comes our pace car again. Now, we will not have a double file start this time because the race already started. So it'll be a single file start. That hopefully should eliminate a little bit of the potential chaos here. But they'll be coming back onto our main straight, and we will keep an eye. This should actually be the second race lap because that first lap counts, and we will get going here, and then we will see if we can get that clock updated for y'all.
Well, the green flag coming out. They will get the race underway here. Come surging across the line. Your re-updated starting lineup. Caleb Schrader, John Black, Robert Edmondson. So not a lot of shifts until you go way deep down into the lineup there where some movement has occurred. Brian Schubert bumped up, I think. Jay Rosenthal, Mark Ballingy, and so on and so forth to compensate for that lack of 2 drivers right there. So that takes our field down from the overall of 15 to, I believe, 13 out there.
All right. Well, that's good news that everyone else was able to get slowed down without any problems there, and everyone else was able to continue. And we will keep moving on towards the finish of the race. So,
well, I hate to be that guy, but there's an issue.
Uh-oh.
This is somewhere down, I think, coming out of Sunset down into the S's, somewhere on that line. We had another car off. So it looks like a tow will be needed down there as well. So
all right,
it's just not on the Spec Racer Ford's luck today. And what are you going to do? Some days are just like it.
And we might have to throw the pace car back out there and do a full course yellow to get that car. So, well, that'll give me an opportunity to go figure out the timing on the race, so we can get a clock back up there.
All right. Well, here comes the cars. No real slowdown. So it must be they must be able to be handled That'll be Schrader, John Black right there across. Let's see who else is in the mix. Trying to tell, just from looking at it, I think we could guess who those two drivers were, but I'll wait for official confirmation right here.
All right, and it must have been just after the first corner because the start-finish line's holding a yellow flag up. So, or right at turn 1 is where this problem is. I don't have a camera there to show you, but I'm suspecting that might be what the situation is there. And they will do their best here at Buttonwillow. Our emergency services crew is, as you saw, how quickly we cleaned up after the red flag, really, really good. And I'm now hearing they're standing down the pace car, so they will not have to go full course yellow here, it appears. But they're really good here at snatching cars without having to go full course yellow, and we will keep an eye on that. Caleb Schrader has gone purple with a 150.566. He is your race leader, and he has the fast lap of the day so far.
Well, bad news for two more of the drivers. 7-7, Andrei Pera spun out, which resulted in contact with number 9, Brian Schubert.
Oh, no.
So number 9 is going to have to be towed. It sounds like number 77 is able to get back on their own volition and probably pull off the course. But yeah, that Spec Racer Ford group goes smaller again.
Yeah. Well, and here comes your race leaders through the off-ramp there. A little bit of a gap opened up now between second place and third place. Not real common for that to happen in this class, but that is the situation there. Now, it's possible some of those cars had to check up, and that may be why that gap was able to to grow there. But Schrader and John Black have now enjoy a bit of a lead, 6.5 seconds over this third place car. That's really uncommon in Spec Racer Ford this early in the race to be able to come up with that big of a lead. But that is nothing but good news for Caleb Schrader and John Black.
Oh, yeah, the two of them really pulling out the stops right there. Some very, very fast times amongst those two, taking advantage of all the discombobulation out there, I guess, on the track.
Good word.
Yeah, I like it. It explains, I think, probably what's going on with some of those spec racers today, because it's been a wild start. So
absolutely
happens. And I don't know. I mean, Robert Edmondson is a good almost 6.5 seconds behind John Black, so I don't know that Edmondson is actually going to get back in that mix. That said, I mean, Paul Marino, he's about 3 seconds behind Robert Edmondson, so not much of a race there in those top four. But I will say, Mark Ballingy, Jay Rosenthal, Lee Douglas, they're all very close to one another and very close to Paul Marino.
All right.
Well, things have calmed down a little bit out there, at least for now. Here comes the number 99 again through. That'll be Caleb Schrader. Let's check out our lap time on that one. Faster, mind you.
Yeah.
149.688. So making time here, really putting the pedal to the metal right there as they power around. And it's that's an interesting game. That's always a bit of a risky game to play with these spec racers. I feel like we've seen plenty of Spec Racer Ford drivers out there over the course of these races who put in these really blistering times, and then, somebody makes a whoopsie somewhere. It's happened multiple times. So, I mean, you're flying at 149.6. You're flying.
Yeah, no question. And it begs to ask this question though, and that is, if you're going to go hard that early, you gotta make sure you've got tires left at the end of the race, and if you don't, then all that work on the first few laps is just a waste of time.
Well, the lead has become a little bit more explicable, which is that number 99 and 17 did not slow down when number 77 and number 9 went off. So that would explain why they have a good 10-second gap almost between the two of them. There's always
There's always an explanation. Anyway, well, they are still putting up blistering times, though, in their defense. This is
That is
149 is very fast.
That is true. So,
Even if there is some magic involved there on the back end.
all right.
See, it's actually turned out to be a pretty evenly spaced race. Either big gaps here or mostly even gaps. I mean, looking down the line, seeing if there's anybody who's really close to one another. There come our race leaders again. Another very fast times from both of them. John Black, 149.028, which is, that's screaming for a Spec Racer Ford. That's actually really fast.
Well, I mean, definitely. I mean, that's the fastest lap of the race here, and he is just hauling the mail.
Jay Rosenthal has managed to shift their way up, as has Lee Douglas, I believe. It's really kind of the only one that's super close right now is Mark Ballingy and Paul Marino in 4th and 5th. And Mark Ballingy, from what I last saw, and I think we'll get another check on this as they go up and round, and maybe we catch them on one of the cameras, they might be doing the sort of stand-out thing we see a lot of these Spec Racer Fords do, where they tuck in right behind one another.
Right.
They tend to do that a lot. Just kind of ride in the drift, and the cars are made for that sort of racing, so they can be very effective. Speaking of those two leaders, by the way, John Black just continuing to give it all he's got, actually slowly but surely, I think, closing that gap on Caleb Schrader right there, because as they come down through the dogleg up into the turn there, really quite close on the grapevine, honestly, to the point where John Black is looking like he could potentially challenge. We'll see. Next time we see them come across the straight, that gap might actually shrink another second or two, if I had to guess, or a second off of it.
Yeah, it has definitely tightened, and I'm going to go and put the timer up here, and hopefully when we get the halfway mark, I will know whether my timer is accurate. But I believe we have about 15 minutes to go here, and we'll know here in just a minute or two how close I am to being right. So
there's that number 99 and the 17 there, speeding up about 0.5 of a second between John Black and Caleb Schrader. Robert Edmondson, who's coming across the line right now, well far behind that group. Don't think he'll be catching them anytime today, but a tight little group developing between Paul Marino, Mark Ballingy, and Jay Rosenthal, all kind of tucked in behind one another. You'll see them go across your screen.
Yep, they just went past our screen there. That was that 3-car pack. We'll pick them up here again also as they come through the S's.
It's funny, that almost looks like a natural water feature. Instead of just a big puddle.
All right, so there's those 3 cars that we were just talking about of Marino, Ballingy, and Rosenthal. Here we should see our race leaders next. Yep, and John Black's right there hanging on to the tailpipe there, and honestly, if I'm him, I'm happy right there. You know, no need for me to go to the front. No need for me to have to defend from Caleb Schrader. Let Caleb Schrader break the wind and do all the work, and just hang out here until the final couple of laps, and then get after it. Oh,
wait, there it is. Ballingy might actually be trying it on. I can see him just out of the corner of my eye. As the number 9 car here, by the way, being brought into the pits. Front end damage doesn't look too great, honestly. Kind of cracked the bodywork of the back, too. And that is unfortunate right there. Wheels hanging off at an awkward angle as well, so not the best day. Number 99, Caleb Schrader sailing by. Number 17, John Black still in the hunt right there, but the gap has widened up about 1.1 of a second. Not a spectacular widening, but a widening.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not. And speaking of Mark Ballingy, here he comes again, and he's right behind Paul Marino. And honestly, that feels to me right there, Brian, like a waiting game.
Yes, definitely.
Any minute now. And again, we actually talked about this, and this is kind of, I think, applicable to this Spec Racer Ford race, is that coming down into that sunset turn, that's not the turn that most of the drivers are used to hitting off the straightaway.
Correct.
And it is a hard 90-degree right-hander. There is not a lot of smoothness on that turn. And that makes you wonder for things kind of like Mark Ballinger right there when he was speeding by. He's trying to get, an opportunity to pass. If he had been going clockwise towards Sunrise, he might have found it. He's not going to find it there. And he makes you think, too, number 77, when he spun out on that turn, probably why. Just too much speed coming down the straight, and then the turn is just a little too sharp. And if you're not used to it, I think that's a real bugbear there.
Yeah, it's not a direction we typically we do often. I shouldn't say typically, but it's not a direction that we do often here. So, and that's kind of the cool part about having 25 different course configurations that you can run in either direction. It makes these drivers have to rethink and relearn little bits and pieces of the track from time to time, and it's pretty cool to watch.
It is pretty cool to watch. I agree. And it's always interesting to see how drivers handle those challenges.
Right.
That's just par for the course. No pun intended. Caught in corners right there. You saw that Mark Ballinger group coming through again, and we'll keep watching that because, like we said, I think that's just a matter of biding time there for that 197 car. Definitely looking to make the pass, and can't count on Jay Rosenthal either, who's a very talented driver in and of himself for the Spec Racer Ford group. Did quite well last season out here as well, but we are at the midpoint here, Brian, so let's go ahead and give our halfway update. There's been a lot of action, so let's try and settle it out and tell you where everybody is. So starting with our race leader, that is number 99, Caleb Schrader. Behind him in second place, number 17, John Black. In third, number 111, Robert Edmondson. In fourth, number 14, Paul Marino. In fifth, number 197, Mark Ballinger. In sixth, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In seventh, number 2, Lee Douglas. In eighth, number 69, Denny Fostick. In ninth, number 16, Mike Moshe. In 10th, number 71, Douglas Stewart. In 11th, number 43, James Schubert. And then really quickly, the lost list here. Number 77, Andrew Pera. Number 9, Brian Schubert. Number 15, Tom Miserandino. And number 45, Tom Burt, who are all out of the race.
So when you said halfway, had they just said halfway at that point in time, or was it a minute or two?
About a minute after.
Okay, so maybe my clock is close.
I was opining there.
That's fine. No. I just wanted to see how close my clock might have been to being accurate. So I'm going to leave that up, but let me make it really abundantly clear that is not the official race time here, folks. So it may be off a little bit, but I think it's fairly close.
Again, going up through the grapevine right there, just watching Mark Ballinger. I don't know what the plan is. I'm assuming he's going to pass at some point in time. That or he's just trying to make Paul Marino nervous. Well, just trying to stress him out.
There is something to be said for that, but this is a class that really benefits from the draft. And
they do.
And it could just flat out being they're working together to get to the finish line. And yes, I'm sure Mark Ballinger is looking for the right time in the right place. But usually the right time is in the last 1 or 2 laps. So that's kind of what I'm thinking is going on there.
You're almost certainly correct, Brian. I'm ascribing maliciousness to a relatively explicable action right there. But it is funny to watch, I must admit. So, just hugging him. That's not letting him have any room at all to breathe. Checking back in, by the way, with our leader group here, I feel like we're gonna be seeing Caleb Schrader and John Black come by in not too short an order, and I will be genuinely curious to see what that setup is. Speaking of that kind of drafting setup, by the way, Denny Fostick is doing something very similar with Mike Moshe right now. Back in 8th and 9th, respectively, so not perhaps as pressing as the overall course of events right there, but it is definitely a thing that is happening and worth keeping an eye on. But it's the race leaders, I think, that we want to get a good look at next and see where they are. As coming down the dog leg, you will see that group we've been talking about so often, Paul Marino and Mark Ballinger, kind of one next to one another right there. And up into the dog leg they go. Actually, maybe possibly closing in on Robert Edmondson. It's a little hard to tell from this angle, but I think Robert Edmondson might have slowed down just a half tick, which is allowing some of these drivers to catch up. As you'll see, John Black and Caleb Schrader both coming across, but John Black sitting at about 1.293 now behind Caleb Schrader. So Caleb Schrader has done a remarkably solid job of pushing back against John Black's attempts to get fast and aggressive right here. Actually, that last lap, number 10, was his fastest lap of the day as a driver, 149.285. So hitting really good speed right there. And then sure enough, Paul Marino, Mark Ballingy are both now collectively catching up to Robert Edmondson, who's been sitting quite comfortably in third, now has something to think about behind him.
Well, and that's why they're working together in the draft. You know, the two cars go together, go faster together than they do go separately. And if they were to start racing back and forth, that doesn't help in getting able to catch that third place car. So they can't end up on the podium until they catch the 111 car, and that is their modus operandi here. And they're only about a half a second back.
Yeah, it's definitely worked out for the two of them, and we'll see if they continue to, push that here as the timer continues to tick down. For those of you who are wondering, we are going to have a brief break after this, if I remember correctly, and then our next group will be up, and that'll be our Spec Miatas. So another wild group, very competitive. That'll have 20 cars in it overall, which promises to be a very entertaining race. So do stick around there if you're interested in seeing more Cow Club action on the day. This is race number 4 out of 7, by the way. So we've got the Spec Miatas, we got our small bore open wheels, and then we've got, I think, who's slotting in there? The small bore slicks closed wheels group. Is a hell of a lot of words.
That's right.
You'll be seeing all 3 of them on the backside of the break that we'll be taking here when this race is wrapped up.
I'm already worn out. You're yawning.
I started yawning a long time ago. For me to get to the racetrack at the appropriate time, I have to leave my home at an ungodly hour, something like 3:34. So I get tired. I'm not as young as I used to be. There's Robert Edmondson, Paul Marino, Mark Ballingy coming through right now. And Jay Rosenthal, who was kind of in the mix, has fallen back to a comfortable 3.5 seconds behind Mark Ballingy. Still much of a fight right there, though. Robert Edmondson has something to defend, so needs to keep his pedal on the metal, as it were. He actually comes in right now with his fastest lap of the race, so 151.749. So he is rising to the occasion right now. To sort of defend himself in the overall positioning and to hold on to that third place spot.
Right. If my time is correct, it's go time. So I think we're pretty close to having the right countdown timer on top there. Again, it's not official race time. But with 4.5 minutes to go, if John Black wants to win this race, now he's got to get the job done. If Paul Marino and Mark Ballingy want to end up on the podium, now's the time to get the job done. It's about to get really, really interesting, Tristan.
For sure, it is going to get interesting, and I think there's a proper race to be had right here with these groups, and that's what we're going to be looking for. The leaders, I think we expected a little bit fiercer competition between them, if we're being honest, but it does look like maybe John Black has sort of given up the ghost of trying to catch up Caleb Schrader. That said, 0.849, so less than a second between them. Still very much in the picture right there, just perhaps unlikely. But it's the second group, I think, that's really been that's really drawing the main attention right now. And I'll be very curious to see what happens with that setup.
The question is, has he given up the ghost, or is he just biding his time? Has he just said, I'm going to wait it, and in the last couple of minutes here, is he going to go after it? That is the question. So here comes that second group across the line.
There's your answer. We didn't see it happen, but Paul Marino and Mark Ballingy working together, the power of teamwork right there, have managed to get around Robert Edmondson. So Mark Ballingy is in 4th, moved up 5 places overall in this race, and Paul Marino sits in 3rd. So all the effort there from Robert Edmondson to hold those 2 off, not going to work. But now, are we going to see the sudden yet inevitable betrayal here from Mark Ballingy to try and get around Paul Marino and take that 3rd place spot? That's the question you got to ask with time starting to run down on the race. The thought has to be present in the mind right there.
All right, with a minute 58 to go here. And as the leaders cross the line, next time by, I'm guessing will be the last time by, or second to last lap. So I'm going to guess that the white flag will come out the next time our leaders cross the line here. And that is as I suspect. And I'm seeing thumbs up from race control, or from the starters. They're not talking to me or hearing me, but I know how those discussions work. So, and I just heard next time by, 1 to go. So my clock's working.
Clock's working. On point right there. Credit where credit is due.
All right, so what we will do on our final lap is I will follow around our 2 race leaders, and then once they cross the line, I will pick up the second place group. There's the third place group, which is what we're seeing now coming through 2. Those are 3 cars, all 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, trying to get onto the podium.
All right, well, we'll see how this concludes here, and that's going to be, I think, the exciting part. Race leader is powering through, so Caleb Schrader is tearing it up right there now. I can hear him coming through corner by corner. John Black, I don't think in a position where he can actually make a pass happen, so that's going to mean we're going to drop down and look at this Paul Marino, Robert Edmondson, Mark Ballingy set, all very close to one another. Robert Edmondson trying to power into a position where they could take this back, but at the moment, it does look like might actually be Robert Edmondson has reset it. And then they come across the line. The white flag is out. Now let's take a bit look here. Robert Edmondson right on the back end of Paul Marino. So chasing him, really putting the screws on him. Trying, actually, as they head down towards the I-5 to make that pass, but they won't find it. Then we'll lose them in the stand of trees. So we'll have to pick them back up at a slightly later date.
Here comes your race leaders through the S's for the last time. That's Caleb Schrader and John Black. We'll pick up the second group here in just a second as they come across to take their white flag. They're about a half a lap behind your race leaders, and there they go. And there's a pass being attempted going into Riverside. It looks like Robert Edmondson trying to get around Paul Marino here.
And again, that turn is the sunset turn continues to be the dangerous turn of the race right there. Everybody's trying to pass on it, but it's very much easier said than done. Checking in with our leaders, by the way, and it does look as though Caleb Schrader is comfortably in the lead.
Definitely comfortably in the lead, and it was 0.9 of a second at the line last time, and without a mistake, that is a big enough gap where Schrader should be able to just walk away at this point in time. But John Black is not giving up here. Looks like he is closed in just a little bit. We're going to check out the gap here as they come into off-ramp and then through that corner and back out. John Black is pretty much right there, but I don't know that he's got enough. And next time we pick them up, they will be on the start-finish straight. Checkered flag is in the air. Who is going to be your race winner? It's going to be Caleb Schrader. I'm going to go right to this second group here. You're going to see them right now. Here they come over the hill through Grapevine.
Robert Edmondson wants it. You can tell just by the way that he's driving, he really wants it. And actually, Mark Ballingy coming in hot on the backside of both of them. So the 3 of them together, I'm actually genuinely curious. Robert Edmondson, if he finds the opening, he's going to take it, obviously. It's just, will he find the opening down there in that tail end of the track, Brian? That's the real question. And here they are coming down again. And you can see how close they are to one another as they go through the off-ramp, coming down into the straight. Now, is this going to be the opening that he's been looking for here, where things get wide? No, Robert Edmondson's just going to tuck in behind. He can't find that space. So well done by Paul Marino right there. Good bit of defensive driving for him to hold off the challenge from Robert Edmondson. And Mark Ballingy, who's held on that entire time, will come in 5th place.
Well, that turned out to be rather exciting as we got towards the end of that
race.
Absolutely.
Keeping us all on our toes here on a Saturday afternoon. But let's go ahead and do the full field rundown. I think everything's pretty much settled here amongst these spec racers. So starting with your race winner, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In 2nd place, number 17, John Black. In 3rd place, number 14, Paul Marino. In fourth, number 111, Robert Edmondson. In fifth, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In sixth, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In seventh, number 2, Lee Douglas. In eighth, number 16, Mike Moshe. In ninth, number 71, Douglas Stewart. In 10th, number 69, Denny Fostick. In 11th, number 43, James Schubert. And then your DNFs, Andre Pera, Brian Schubert, Tom Miserandino, and Tom Burt.
All right, that's going to do it here for our fourth race of the day. We're going to take a short break. We're going to give our workers a break. We'll probably be back in about 10 minutes is my guess, but we will do that. Stay with us. You are watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. For all your brake pad and other racing needs, go to Porterfield-Brakes.com. Stay with us. welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cow Club SCCA Majors. Presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. I'm Brian Belansky, just Parker here, and we are getting ready for our final 3 races of the day. The next one up is always a barn burner. It is the Miatas, mostly Spec Miatas, and a couple of other classes sprinkled in there as well.
Yeah, the MX5s.
Yes.
Have been mixed into this group, so it's a mixture of MX5s and Spec Miatas.
Let's go through the starting order here real quick, and our qualifier, our pole sitter, is going to be Wyatt Couch. Next to him is going to be Todd Longspar. Antonio Sarcone is in 3rd, and then 4th place starter is Ryan Coutillo. John Davies is in 5th. Michael Newmeyer is in 6th. Carl Young is 7th. Jason Rollins will start 8th. Jeremy Rudder 9th. Clement Lee will start 10th. In 11th, you've got Evan Jacobs. Next to him will be Austin Varco. Rocco Ruzic is 13th. Ren Messinger 14th. Carl Young is going to be in 15th. Your 16th place starter is Jorge Diaz. And then you've got Chase Nichols, Wesley Molno, and David Varco, who did not put in time, so they might not be here.
Indeed.
All right, so we get ready to go here. Our starter is Tracy Kane. If she likes what she sees, she will give us our green flag, and we will have our start to go, and it looks like she is pretty happy. And if that is the case, then here is our green flag.
Let's hope that we can avoid any incidents, and everything looks pretty clean. Saw all the Spec Miata teams out there all up on the balcony watching. Got a bunch of headsets out for, I presume, radio calls, so they're taking it seriously. They're a competitive bunch.
That's right.
You already saw some shifts and shakes right there very early on. A couple of cars trying to jostle for position almost immediately as soon as the green flag was given. So something to keep an eye on here as they come down through the S's. And it's a big group. I mean, that I think is probably the defining feature here. There's a lot of racers out there on the field, which is very entertaining, but also multiplies the likelihood of mishaps, right? So that's something that we'll have to warily watch out for here.
That's what makes it fun.
It is what makes it fun, indeed.
Especially if you have to broadcast it.
Yeah. I mean, we had a jam-packed last match, so trying to hopefully manifest a clean race here, but we'll see. Unfortunately, our timing has not really updated yet here on Race Hero, at least not for me. I think we're still a little bit back, but we'll double check in a second and see if we can get an up-to-date look. Might be up to date on the broadcast though, which would be good. That would be ideal. It's not. Okay. So it's just Race Hero, I think, having a bit of a moment. I think the delays in the last race might have broken its brain a little bit, but we'll see. That said, we can at least give you a visual idea of what's going on, and everybody appears to have maintained relatively decent order after that initial jostle that we saw as they came across the starting line here, and we'll get a much better picture of it in just a second. And here comes your race leader tearing up. Very distinctive black and orange color scheme right there. And then straight across the line, that is number, I believe, 66. That's Wyatt Couch, who was in pole position, continuing to hold that spot. But here they all come, relatively stacked up, relatively lined up as well, Brian. Not a lot of side-by-side or any attempted passes here on that initial run through.
I'm trying to get our timing and scoring working here, so bear with me, folks.
Yeah, it does look like we are having a bit of an issue with that, but we can just use our imaginations. Ooh, excuse me. Just use our imaginations right there and guess what's happening.
Yeah, as we get late in the day, lunch starts to kick in. It's time for a nap.
Yeah, it would not be a bad idea, all things considered. But pretty nice. Yeah, I do genuinely think something about the last race delays might have messed with timing and scoring a little bit, and that's okay. It unfortunately makes it a little bit harder for us, I think, to convey some of the more interesting things that are happening out there on the racetrack to you guys. Now, I know on this race they did attempt to split start, but they have not really been able, I think, to execute a solid split start all day. The groups have kind of merged, and this was no exception. A little bit of passing back in the Spec Miata side as they come up now over through kind of the Grapevine and then down into the I-5. You'll see it maybe when you come on camera next time we get it by. And there you go on Cotton Corners. I think you get an idea of how solidified that pack is back there. So expect a lot of movement out of the Spec Miatas on the back end of this. That's where they tend to get very competitive. And when Brian and I say that, you know, all these drivers are competitive and friendly with one another, it's not incorrect. If you head on down to a restaurant or something after this in the local area, you're very likely to see all the sort of Spec Miata drivers hanging out, having a meal, having a drink together. But a little bit of a gap developing here in the Spec Miata group. One side falling back just a little bit right there. That second grouping is being led by number 93. That's Jorge Diaz, kind of holding up the back end. Wyatt Couch continues to maintain his first place spot in his pole position. So still that on hand. And again, we are trying to get an updated time and score. It's more of an issue, I think, of perhaps transponders.
Well, what is going on? Perhaps transponders, I think, may be the issue. But we've had some issues with transponder system throughout the day, so we might just be seeing that manifesting in a different way right here.
They're working on it. Understandably so.
All right, so where are our leaders?
We are Buttonwillow Raceway Park here in lovely Central California.
That's right.
Just like Steinbeck wrote about.
That's right. The Central Valley.
At least I think this is what he wrote about.
At least I hope so.
It's been a while.
If not, we'll just make it up.
Since I read, what is it, Grapes of Wrath or of Mice and Men? A little bit of a dust kick up there, up towards the Grapevine turn. I'm not sure exactly what went awry, but something did. Nothing too bad though. Everybody seeming to play pretty good with one another on these early laps. Looks like Todd Launchbaugh, a name you might recall, another repeat driver. Went off and then came back on, but is otherwise fine. And is still kind of in a good position here to maintain a part of this race. John Davies has actually moved up, by the way, as has Antonio Zarcone. And again, the reason you're hearing these guys is because they're racing the same cars. I think a lot of these MX5 Mazdas already had a go of it.
Look at that pack.
That is a big pack
Woo!
right there. And they're playing very nice with one another in the pack. I must be honest. I'm glad that they are maintaining their composure so well, despite there being so many cars out there on the track.
To quote the legend Keith Jackson, "Whoa, Nelly."
Oh, Nelly. Amen.
That is just, it's a gaggle or a plethora or a veritable cornucopia.
Cornucopia of Mazdas.
That's a Mazdas, as they like to say on the other side of the pond.
I don't know if there's
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, there's a proper name. You know how there's like, terms for XYZ group of XYZ things. I don't know if there's a proper word for a group of Mazdas, but a massacre of Mazdas. Anyway.
Oh,
looks
gosh,
like
no.
timing and
Please
scoring
no.
is up, by the way, so we should be able to see what's going on. Oh, yeah, 100%.
I want to take an opportunity to thank Ellen Lowry and her crew at Timing and Scoring
Always reliable.
for having our back every time. Now I got to make it work on my system here.
Your top three, by the way, just so you know, is number 66, Wyatt Couch, who did start off in pole position. Number 31, Antonio Zarcone, who started in third. And then rounding it out, John Davies, who started off in third. Ryan Gutiel has moved up to fourth. And Todd Launchbaugh, who started in second, has dropped all the way back. But that number 66 car of Wyatt Couch seems very comfortable with a chonky lead, about 3 seconds between them and Antonio Zarcone. And that's a 2007 Mazda MX5. A lot of fast laps coming through here, though. And we go through lap number 4. A lot of racers setting their fastest lap of the day, as now the rest of the Miata pack catches up right here. And that pack is quite tight. Jeremy Rudder in 10th, looking to catch up with Clement Lee, who's sitting in 9th. And then you dip a little bit further into it, and it's more of a mix. Austin Varco here chasing the 12th place spot. Rocco Ruzic, Ren Messenger, David Varco, they're all kind of in the hunt. And the deeper you get into the pack, the closer it seems to get. So very much a race on with these cars. And then actually, if you look at Todd Launchbaugh and Ryan Gutiel, who are sitting in 3rd, 4th, 5th. John Davies is in there as well. They're respectively all quite close to one another. The biggest gap between them, less than a second. So still much of a race to be had amongst those three as well for that 3rd place spot.
And Austin Varco, if I remember correctly, won both of the Super Tour races here last month. So to see him that far down on the running order is surprising because he is quite fast and very just one of our young hot shoes here. And he's got a pretty good future ahead of him if he keeps at this. And I know that's his goal. So,
well, we'll see if he can do something with his position. You never know. I mean, like you said, talented driver. If anybody can make it work from back there, deep in the weeds, he'd be high on the list of potential contenders. So, plenty of opportunity right there. But he's got a lot of climbing to do. Might have also been a bit of a quals issue. Just did not have a good quals run.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
And sometimes you just get buried in the pack. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Here comes the number 31 car of Antonio Zarcone. It's the second set, though, that we're going to want to keep an eye on. And here they come. John Davies pulling over the line, being chased by Ryan Gutiel and Todd Launchbaugh. And then in the picture as well, a name you will again recognize, Michael Newmeyer, is chasing that Spec MX5 group. The leader of the Spec MX5 is, of course, Wyatt Couch. If you're looking for the leader of the Spec Miatas, they just came across lines. The number 20 car of Jason Rollins there has a little bit of a competition, though, from Clement Lee on the back end. So a race developing here among the top leaders of the Spec Miata group. Clement Lee, Jeremy Rudder, Jason Rollins, all very close to one another. Largest time gap between them, 0.377 of a second. This is our, I believe, 5th race of the day, group number 5, and our largest race out here, Brian, as well.
It
20
is.
cars, bigger than any other group. Our last two groups, I think, about 14 and 12, respectively. So we'll be seeing them after this race is run.
Okay. So now we have the clock back up. Had to once timing and scoring reset itself, then I had to go reset my system. So we've got that up there again. Not official time, but really close. So, all right. Where are we? Where are we? There's a huge group of cars coming through there. About halfway almost coming up through the race, and we will get to that halfway point and give you a full field rundown in just a minute or so. But you were mentioning this is one of our larger groups. Usually, this and our Spec Racer Forwards are our two largest groups of the weekend. No different this weekend. Being spec groups, they do attract a lot of cars and a lot of drivers. The idea of a spec class is to try to keep the cost down. Nothing is completely inexpensive when it comes to racing, but if you put it on a scale, on a bell curve, the Spec Miatas and the Spec Racer Fords, the goal is once you get your car, you shouldn't have to spend a lot of money to keep your car going fast.
They are, yes. They're the cheaper end.
Exactly.
Of a luxury product. But let's go ahead and give you your mid-race rundown here for Group 5, starting in first place, number 66, Wyatt Couch. In second place, number 31, Antonio Zarcone. In third place, number 67, John Davies. In fourth place, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In fifth, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In sixth, number 25, Michael Newmeyer. In seventh, number 15, Carl Young. In eighth, number 20, Jason Rollins. In ninth, number 87, Clement Lee. In 10th, number 137, Jeremy Rudder. Followed by Adrian Comstock, Evan Jacobs, Austin Varco, Rocco Ruzic, Ren Messenger, David Varco, Alan Lukart IV, Chase Nichols, Jorge Diaz, and finally, Carl Yonk. It does not appear that Wesley Molno made it to the race today.
So a couple of those cars who didn't qualify were able to get in the field. They started from the back, and they were moving their way up. Looking to see on Austin Varco, he's only been able to move up one position since the start of the race. So he started
Actually
14th.
dropped one position.
Oh, he's dropped. That's right. I was looking at the wrong arrow in the wrong direction. Yeah, he's dropped back a position. Evan Jacobs, also a guy who's usually up front here, and Rocco Ruzic. Those are three cars that ran really strong here at the Super Tour. So it just goes to show you, the quality of the race cars out there and the drivers that we've got out here this weekend. A lot of folks who stayed home because of the weather are out here getting their groove on and having a good time. So,
in all deference to them as well, they are Spec Miatas, right? So our top 7 cars in this race are the MX5.
oh, that's true.
So technically, if you're looking at it from a Spec Miata standpoint, it's still not, I would think, necessarily the performance we would be expecting from Austin Barco.
Yeah.
But he is, he's in a reasonable position, right? Like, he's sitting 5th overall in Spec Miatas.
I completely missed that point. So you are 100% correct, which you often are, by the way. Actually, most of the time you
Appreciate it.
are.
I'll pass that on to people who need to know.
Exactly. If that could get you anywhere, just quote me.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. So when you look at it, when you look at the classes, Austin Barco's only in 5th place, so that makes much more sense.
Yeah. Again, you're like you said, he's a race leading potential, right? So there's always a chance, but yeah, it's not been his easiest. And I think one of the reasons he's dropped a place, by the way, is because he does have that Spec MX5 who's buried back in there. That's Adrian Comstock, who's kind of been buried deep because of a qualifying position. He might not have set a time. He didn't set a time for qualifying. So he's climbed 7 places here from where he started and has kind of messed up the grouping there for the Spec Miatas just a little bit. So unfortunate there for the Spec Miata crew, but nothing that they can't necessarily handle. Yeah, usually the delineation between these groups is a little more severe, but I think because the split start was a little close, they didn't have much of a gap between them. It's not as obvious in their times and stuff that there's big difference. Woo! That's a lot of dust going up right there. We actually got the good tail end of that there on your cameras down by the dog leg coming off the Riverside turn. I'm not sure who the particular offender was there, and hopefully I'll get a good view next time we go by. But I do want to give an opportunity to say, if you look towards the top of the list right now, Todd Launchbaugh, Ryan Gutiel, and Michael Newmeyer are all still fighting for 4th place, which is 4th place among the Spec Miatas as well. But yeah, an almighty cloud of dust got kicked up there, and I want to say it was number 87 who did that. Can't actually confirm just yet, but that would be my gut read. Maybe it was Clement Lee right there, who just fishtailed a little bit on that Riverside turn and caught some dust.
I will say, Tristan, that, we've got, 7, 8 Spec MX5 cars in this race. I can't remember the last time we had that many Spec MX5
it's a lot
cars.
of MX5s. Yeah,
that's fantastic.
This group is usually almost entirely Spec Miatas.
Absolutely.
I mean, genuinely almost entirely Spec Miatas. So it is a little bit different. A couple of drivers today actually have been dealing with those kind of fishtail situations. That's not the first we've seen. Looks like number 3 car, Red Messenger, one of the Spec Miatas, has pulled in behind the wall. Might be done for the day of the race for reasons unknown. Bit unfortunate.
And here comes your field here. That is your race leader, Wyatt Couch, followed by Zarcone, Davies, Launchbaugh, and Gutiel putting on the chase right now. And 3 seconds between 1st and 2nd place there.
Yeah, and there's actually a pass that's happened. Somebody's gone way slow and into the dirt up there. And again, I do apologize for, just saying it's somebody. But I would rough estimate, Brian, 50% of these cars, so at least 10 of them, are red.
Exactly.
And then the other major color scheme is just black.
Right.
So they all kind of blend. They all look the exact same. So it's really hard to tell at a distance.
Sometimes, yeah, absolutely.
Need that monocular out here to give us a little bit of insight. But Yeah, we'll see that actually group now coming up and through. They just passed through the S's, and here they are in front of you. And the car that was struggling.
Look at that right off on camera there.
Oh, yeah, sure enough. There you
That
go.
car went off in a place that you don't always see it, but able to collect himself and get back on the racetrack. And, of course, it's now dried out enough where we are getting our telltale Buttonwillow dust bowls whenever someone goes off. So
Certainly helps us. But, by the way, that car that was struggling, I think that was the number 5 car of Adrian Comstock right there, who was just sliding around on the outside edge. I think just hit a bad line going up into that turn. And sometimes you hit a bad line, and the rest of the Spec Miatas, they wasted no time in pouncing on the wounded animal right there and taking as much as they could possibly get off of that. Still not a lot of movement here for Austin Varco, or for that matter, anyone really down in that group. I mean, it's very tight, and when we say it's very tight, in between, let's say, 8th place and 12th place, so starting with Clement or Jason Rollins and then ending with Adrian Comstock, the largest gap in time is less than 1/7 of a second.
right.
I mean, really a close grouping, and you might see some movement happening again as they come back up towards the Grapevine, which is one of our top spots here today. A lot of attempted passing on that Grapevine, and sure enough, there is an attempted pass right there, but it will not be successful, so the order is maintained, and then we're right back down to the straightaway. No time to rest here to watch the rest of this develop. There comes that 67 car across the line. This is back up at the top of your order. Todd Launchbaugh, Michael Newmeyer, Ryan Gutiel, they'll all maintain their relative positioning to one another, but the times are getting shorter there for some of them. Michael Newmeyer and Ryan Gutiel in particular are both creeping up on each other and on Todd Launchbaugh.
I want to take this opportunity to thank our presenting sponsor, Porterfield Brakes. Without them, this stream would not be happening. Thank them for all that they do for us. If you need brakes, if you need racing gear and stuff, check out Porterfield-Brakes.com. Good people. They ship all over the country, so check them out.
Well, as that Mazda pack comes across, everybody is remaining relatively close to one another. No big movements yet, but we're running out of time here, Brian. That's the kind of harsh truth. About 4 minutes, 20 seconds by your estimation, which I think is almost bang on the dot based on what I have. And that means maybe at best 2 more laps here, realistically, if they want to end this race on time. Maybe 3 if these drivers are lucky. So with that in mind, I mean, this is, the time. If you're sitting in a position like Jeremy Rutter right now, where you're 0.3 of a second behind Clement Lee for the second place spot, you got to challenge. You do not have the time to mess around. And I know that some of these drivers know that because they've got radio operators and stuff all down here lining the spectator stand. They know what's up out there.
Well, they know, and they also know that from past experience, I always say past performance is often but not always indicative of future returns. But they do know that if they make that pass too soon, it just is going to open the door for it to happen again. And not sticking for the second time through. So the key here is to make the pass and make it stick, but as late into the race as possible. And that lead pack still having a good time. Those MX5 Cup cars, Spec MX5 cars, are having a real fun time here in the closing laps with 3 to go. They're going to go by this time. And I see a white flag out. It strikes me as being a little early for that, but who knows?
Who
Who
knows?
So there's your race leaders, I believe.
Not me. Well, the white flag is out.
Well, it has not been displayed.
It has not
though.
been displayed.
So the starter has the white flag in hand.
It's been unsheathed.
That's right.
I should clarify.
It's being. Let's just stay with unsheathed.
Yeah, it's waiting.
So, but now that we're under 1:56 to go, definitely the next time the leader comes by, they will get the white flag here. And we will be on our final 2.6 miles around Buttonwillow this afternoon for race group number 5.
Well, here comes the race leader, white flag displayed right there. Wyatt Couch continuing to hold that position, happy as a clam. And here comes Antonio Zarcone behind them. Again, also happy as a clam. That just leaves John Davies and Todd Launchbaugh, Michael Newmeyer. They're all fighting. They're feisty back there. Let's see how that's looking. Well, it looks like John Davies is relatively safe, but I don't think I can say the same here for Todd Launchbaugh because Michael Newmeyer is creeping up on him like some sort of jungle cat creeping up on their prey, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get that last lap down without getting passed right there. That's going to be one to watch as they come around, the number 13 car and the number 25 car. Looking back a little bit deeper in the pack and seeing if there's much movement down there. And again, all these Spec Miatas have been very close this entire time. Here comes the number 15 car of Carl Jung. And then we get into the actual Spec Miatas. And here's a movement, 137 kicking out. That's Jeremy Rudder. He's been waiting all this time, trying to get around Clement Lee. And that is just a complete non-starter. Went all of about couple of inches trying to get around him on the outside. Clement Lee staved him off, and there was just nothing to be done for it. So the order will remain as it is, and they will continue powering around this course probably until the conclusion of our race.
And here comes your race leader, Wyatt Couch, through Cotton Corners for the final time. Second car through there is Antonio Zarcone. That's your second place car as they take their final few corners here for race group number 5, our Saturday races. Again, we're going to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, the checkered flag is in hand right now, and there's the wave. Here comes your race leader with a comfortable win. Wyatt Couch across the line right there. Here comes the second place finisher. That'll be Antonio Zarcone, who's also on a very comfy race there in second position. Then we'll follow down to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This is where things are getting a little bit more conflictual. Here's number 3, John Davies, who, again, looking perfectly fine here as he crosses the line. And there's number 13. He survives. Todd Launchbaugh pulls it off against Michael Newmeyer and holds on to his position. And that just leaves us with the last sort of big stacked-up group there, our Spec Miatas. And we'll see if Jason Rollins can hold on to his position overall in his group, or his class, I should say, or whether there will be some variation there at the tail end.
And here is that group as they come through the off-ramp for the final time. Next time you see them, they'll be on the front straight. We will figure out who is the first to get to the line. Will it be Jason Rollins, or will it be Clement Lee? Looks like it's Rollins, then Lee, then Rudder, then Comstock, followed by Evan Jacobs and likely Austin Varco.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and give you our full field rundown here at the end of the race because I believe this one is done and dusted. Your first place race winner in the Spec MX5 class, I should say, is number 66, Wyatt Couch. In second place, number 31, Antonio Zarcone. In third place, number 67, John Davies. In fourth, number 13, Todd Launchbaugh. In fifth, number 25, Michael Newmeyer. In sixth, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In seventh, Carl Jung. In eighth, number 20, Jason Rollins, the overall winner in the Spec Miata class. In ninth, number 87, Clement Lee. In 10th, number 137, Jeremy Rudder. And then to finish it out, in 11th, Adrian Comstock. 12th, Evan Jacobs. 13, Austin Varco. 14, Rocco Ruzic. 15, David Varco. 16, Chase Nichols. 17, Alan Lukart IV. 18, Jorge Diaz. 19th, Carl Jung. And then Ren Messenger, unfortunately, did not finish the race.
All right, that will do it for race number 5 here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be back with race number 6 in just a moment. You are watching the Cal Club SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are live thanks to Porterfield Brakes. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Belansky, Tristan Parker. We are racing here for the Cal Club SCCA US Majors. Had the wrong screen up. This is the next race. GT Lights, our production cars, B-Spec. Not sure if there are any IT cars here this weekend, but we'll check that out as well. And that is what we got up next. Let's do our starting order. Take it away.
Sure thing. So our starting order here in 14th, number 2, Brandon Droz with a 1987 Mazda RX-7 from Goleta, California. In 13th, number 19, Albert Correa from San Jose, California. In 12th, number 23, K. David Snow in the 1 ITC from Orange, California. In 11th, number 16, Christina Etherington from Henderson, Nevada. In 10th, number 29, Gary Raymond from San Marcos, California. Alongside him, number 112, Tom Tuttle from Austin, Texas. In 8th, number 18, Bobby Byer from Silverado, California. Next to him, number 85, Seth Harris from Canoga Park, California. In 6th, number 40, Kurt Frietsche from Mountain View, California. In 5th, number 12, Joe Carr from Petaluma, California. In 4th, number 66, Ben Valentine from Fullerton, California. In 3rd place, number 0, Lee Fleming, 00, technically Lee Fleming, from Lake Forest, California. In 2nd, number 32, Michael Lewis from Poway, California. And then in 1st place, your pole position, number 4, Glenn McCready from Redwood City, California.
Another nice big field here, 14 cars. Getting ready to go 25 laps on track number 14 counterclockwise here. We have 25 possible tracks. They go in either direction. Today it's counterclockwise. You'll see the cars here coming through our grapevine section. Up the hill in the left-hand turn. And they'll be coming right at us. This camera is at Cotton Corners, looking towards the grapevine. There is our pace car. Mitch Schwartzberg is our pace car driver. Shout out to Mitch. Chuck Phillips will be our starter for this race. He will decide whether or not the cars are lined up properly enough. I say properly enough because, you know, properly is a rarity here.
It is. It's been a rarity today.
Well, in all of motorsports, not just here. I will say that. Unless you've got your standing start in F1 where they all got to line up in their grid spots, which we learned sometimes they don't. Fernando Alonso learned that lesson the hard way last weekend.
Shots fired.
There you go.
He gets paid a lot. He does. You can take pot shots all you want.
All right. Lights are out on the pace car. The pace car's on pit lane. And we will keep an eye out to see whether or not we're going to get ourselves a green flag here. And it looks like Chuck Phillips is happy with what he's seeing. And we are racing.
That was absolutely filthy by Joe Carr, by the way. I don't know if we caught that on camera, but he was very gently creeping up between, I want to say it was Lee Fleming and Ben Valentine. By the way, the fact that the guy with the 00 car has the last name of Fleming, that's got to be a joke. Considering, you know, the author.
Exactly. Can I get mine shaken and stirred, please?
Yeah, exactly. But he was creeping up between those two, and then as soon as the green flag came out kind of late. He just powered forward in the gap between them and passed both of them right there. So a little risky, but he risked it. He got the biscuit. You gotta respect. It's a great, very fun class of cars. Some of our oldest cars actually out on the track here. I think our oldest vehicle overall, which is Lee Fleming, the aforementioned in a 1964 MG Midget, is running out there. But this also has one of my favorite cars, which is that'll be, I believe, K. David Snow in the dauntless, ever-present 1977 Volkswagen Rabbits.
Nice.
Here every time, rain or shine, and it's a beautiful little machine for what it's worth.
Well, I mean, if they called it the Volkswagen Turtle, that wouldn't have the right connotation,
No, it would
right?
not. It would not. It's a little rabbit, Volkswagen Rabbit.
There you go. And here they come through Cotton Corners. There's already been a change from our starting order. That looks like Ben Valentine's taken the lead. Michael Lewis would be in second.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some shifts in the starting order, Brian, just based on what we saw when they came around the first time. But let's get a look here now as they come across the line. There's your first place leader. That's Glenn McCready. Following McCready up is, I believe, going to be Michael Lewis, Joe Carr, and then Kurt Freecha coming in. Ben Valentine and Kurt Freecha have both done quite well for themselves. Actually, Joe Carr and Kurt Freecha, I should say, have both done quite well for themselves. Joe Carr was the one that I was speaking of who pulled a little switcheroo there at the very start, and that's propelled them into third place. Of note as well, both Craig Carter and Brandon Droz have had really good starts here. Unfortunately, 0-0, that Lee Fleming car, who started in third place overall, has dropped about 9 places back. Had a bit of a spin and continue out there, so not a great start there.
Yeah, and this group has a very wide conflagration of classes.
It's true.
And we don't have a big contingent of IT cars out here, improved touring cars. But even without those, you've got your 4 production classes, and then you've got your B-Spec and a couple of others sprinkled in there. So it is a whole lot of potential speed differential types of cars. You've got some cars on slicks and some cars on regular radial type tires, street tires. So lots of different possibilities, which makes it very interesting, but can also make it very difficult for the drivers.
Yeah, very true. It's a very wide-ranging field in terms of the kind of cars that are out there. Mostly, I will say, mostly EPs and HPs. Those are our major contenders, but even within those categories, there's a lot of variation, right, in the vehicles that are present.
Exactly.
So,
and this was a class that for years was older, open cockpit, like Austin Healey Sprites and Spridgets and MG Midgets and all that kind of stuff. And the classes saw some of its numbers start to go down after a while because a lot of those cars just didn't have parts left for them.
yeah.
And then the club decided to enter in some of the older IT cars, your Rabbits and your Honda Civics, and gave them an opportunity to join the class with some modifications, and has really breathed some new life into the class. And it turned out that when the numbers started to go up, some of the older cars that maybe they just parked them because there wasn't a lot of competition to race against started showing up again.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as much of a situation where it was just not enough cars left to race, but it was, I think, part of it was the numbers going down that were racing, and now they were pretty good fields.
Yeah, I mean, if you want comparisons, right, our race leader right now, Glenn McCready, the number 4 car, has a 2006 Mazda MX5. One of his opponents, I believe it's Kurt Freecha, who is currently sitting in 4th place overall, runs a 1980 Mazda RX-7.
Right.
So, yeah, a lot of gap. 28, 26 years difference in those two cars out there. I mean, if you want to get really technical, the oldest car on the field right now is the 1964 MG Midget. The newest car is a 2008 Toyota Yaris. Yep. So, very wide-ranging. Probably I would say, most wide-ranging group.
Absolutely. So,
you'll be seeing a lot of older cars, actually, in both this group and the next group, because the next group is going to be our small bore open wheel.
Right.
And that consists of some very cool old cars. So that'll be fun to keep an eye on as well. Michael Lewis holding on to that 2nd place spot, by the way, as here comes Joe Carr across the line. Joe Carr's initial maneuver has basically catapulted him comfortably into 3rd place right now. He's got a 2.2 second gap ahead of Kurt Freecha, give or take. Ben Valentine is trying to catch up to Kurt Freecha, but he's not really able to do it. So pretty much stay steady. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Brian. Most of these cars seem to have done okay. They've all relatively spaced out. There's not a ton of competition. Craig Carter, and he just came across the line. Brandon Droz, those are some of the closest, right? There's a bit of a chase there, but not a dramatically close one.
Yeah, and that is also when you've got all these different classes and they have different speed differentials and disparities. it does sometimes lend for some of this spread out pack racing. We don't have quite the packs like we did in some of the other groups, but and it should be noted Michael Lewis in second place. He is in first place in his class, so he is in a GT Lights car, and he is sandwiched between the two e-production cars of McCready and Carr. Michael Lewis's closest competition in GT Lights is Craig Carter, who is circulating back in sixth place overall. So while Michael Lewis is in second overall, he's in first place in his class.
Right, of course. Yeah, class positioning is very important. Glenn McCready, obviously, he's top banana of the EPs. But if you look down, I think it's Ben Valentine is the leader of the HP section
Correct, yep.
right now. So he's happy at the moment. Closest one behind him is Bobby Byer, who's sitting down in eighth and has essentially been holding that eighth spot rather comfortably. You already mentioned, obviously, the GTLs, so there's that as well. Speaking of GTLs, there comes Michael Lewis across the line. For reference, our fastest lap so far, Glenn McCready, lap number 2, 154.742 on the books. As here comes Joe Carr and then Kurt Friche to follow it around. Ben Valentine setting his fastest lap so far yet in the race on lap number 4, but still a good 1.587 seconds behind Kurt Friche. No big opening there.
And you always know Michael Lewis because you can hear him coming before you can see him. And that big rotary Mazda that he's driving there, I believe that's an RX-7. And
you are correct.
Yep, that's a 92 RX-7. So ear-splitting rotaries abound here. And so I always miss the leader because he's so quiet. And then I'm able to remember, oh, let's go see Michael. Now I'm going to try to catch your leader. There is your leader. That is Glenn McCready. Not far behind you will see now it'll be Michael Lewis will be your next in frame here. And there he is heading down towards the dog leg. And we'll see McCready here coming up over and around and through the grapevine. Now through Cotton Corners. And they give Glenn McCready a little bit of love here. Oh, there he is. And it's coming to a point now at 15 minutes to go where McCready's going to start hitting some lap traffic. And that negotiation will start to happen. But thankfully, the closest car in his class, Joe Carr, is, I'm going to say, about 15 seconds back. So he can really take his time going through that lap traffic. No reason to do any crazy maneuvering to get it done. And that's a nice luxury to have when you're at this point in the race.
Yeah, Glenn McCready is just doing his thing. He'd be happy.
There was a worry when they started to introduce some of the newer cars into these production classes, they'd automatically take over. And I got to really give it to the club for setting the classes up and introducing these cars in a way where they didn't come in and just dominate. And that took a little bit of massaging and a little bit of effort. But they've got everybody in a place now where all of these cars play pretty well with each other. And that worry has pretty much been, all drivers are worried that a car has gotten an advantage. Everyone thinks the other car has gotten an advantage. But when you look at the data and you look at the numbers, none of the older cars are consistently, or the newer cars are consistently walking away with these races. So
a little bit of a shift right there. Brandon Drost getting the better of Craig Carter and pushing up into sixth overall. So a very strong race for Brandon Drost and for Craig Carter, honestly, for giving credit where credit is due. Brandon Drost has moved up 8 places overall. Craig Carter has achieved 6 right there. So between the two of them, a great race split between them.
If you are enjoying what you're seeing, smash the like button, hit subscribe, click the little bell so you know when we come on. Have I gotten them all out of the way?
Yeah, you got them.
I think I got them all.
Hit the like and subscribe.
Hit the like and subscribe, and we would appreciate that. That helps us a lot.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to trying to get more sponsors. More sponsors mean more cameras. More cameras mean better coverage.
It does.
So, and if you want to be a sponsor, feel free to reach out to me, raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com. Hit me up, and we would love to have you come on board and put another logo on here besides Porterfield. Although we thank them so much for what they've done, the Porterfield Brakes folks. If you want to check them out, we really appreciate them. Porterfield-brakes.com, and check them out. But they would be happy for us to have more sponsors and make the stream bigger, better, and more awesome all the time. All right, we are at the halfway point. You know what that means?
Sure do. It's time for your halfway rundown. So starting at the top here, it is number 4, Glenn McCready. In second place, number 32, Michael Lewis. In third, number 12, Joe Carr. In fourth, number 66, Ben Valentine. In fifth, number 40, Kurt Freecha. In sixth, number 2, Brandon Dross. In 7, number 31, Craig Carter. In 8th, number 18, Bobby Byer. In 9th, number 85, Seth Harris. In 10th, number 112, Tom Tuttle. In 11th, number 29, Gary Raymond. In 12th, number 16, Kayla Etherington. In 13th, number 23, David Snow. And then, unfortunately, 00 Lee Fleming forced to drop out of the race. And that is your midfield rundown here. We are halfway through this race number 6 of the day. We've got 7 on the way after that, so don't go anywhere. One last race before we wrap it up.
We have race 7 on the way.
We have race 7 on the way. Did I say
we're not
race
doing.
1?
No, you said we have 7 on the way. I'm like, we are not doing another
we
7
don't
races.
have 7 races on the way. You're right. Good clarification. Just one race. We do not have 7.
Wait a second.
I think we're all. Yeah, that would be a little much.
My alarm went off at 4 a.m. I can't do 7 more.
Exactly. We're throwing out there, by the way, just to add to Brian's pitch. If you like the car racing, you Sports Car Club of America, anything that you're interested in, Brian puts out a lot of great content on there. A lot of great content. We were just talking about your content today. And I was saying I wanted to watch your live stream that you did recently where you talk about simulators.
That's right.
And their place in racing. And I know you've done all sorts of interviews on there as well. Lots of really interesting kind of things you wouldn't even think about. Data acquisition, I think, was one of them you did not that long ago, which is really cool, like a different way of looking at racing. So a lot of good content. And if you know anyone who's interested in car racing and they're looking for a good entry point, this is a great entry point for car racing.
Absolutely.
From the ground up.
Check out SCCA.com. Check out CalClub.com. Both are great places. The Cal Club is the local region here in Southern California. SCCA is our national club that we're all part of, and lots of different ways to go racing. Not even a wheel-to-wheel. We have our autocross and our track night in America. Lots of opportunities to take your regular street car out on the racetrack. So check all of that out, SCCA.com. And CalClub.com. And, of course, the podcast is right here on the Racing Network. It's called Inside the SCCA. We do it live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then it drops as a regular old non-video podcast on the Racing Wire Podcast Network. And we drop that on Friday mornings at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. So you can listen to it on your way to the racetrack. You can listen to it on your way home from the racetrack. And there's a lot of stuff out there, and we would love to have you click like, subscribe, and hit that bell.
Yeah. Whew. Hey, car racing's never been more popular. Let's be honest.
It is. Thank you, Drive to Survive.
I was just going to say, yes, thank you, Drive to Survive. It's true, though.
Oh, it is.
I got to say, that has revolutionized racing for a lot of fans.
And here's something that people might not realize is that, they see Circuit of the Americas on Drive to Survive. Yeah. We race at Circuit of the Americas.
You do.
So we're part of, the racing here in North America that races on some of the best racetracks all over the country. Here in Southern California, we do our racing at Buttonwillow. But there's racing everywhere, all over. Almost like that movie, was it Everyone, Everywhere, All at Once?
Yep,
that's how we go racing. Everyone, Everywhere, All at Once. 9 minutes to go. Glenn McCready continues to be your race leader. Michael Lewis is in second, first place in GTL, followed by Joe Carr, second place in E-Production, third overall. Then you've got Ben Valentine, your H-Production race leader. He is in fourth place overall. Kurt Freecha is in fifth, and he is third place, so he's on the podium in E-Production. Then you go down to Brandon Droz, although I always said Drazy. One of us is right. I don't know. I'll have to ask. He is in sixth place and fourth place overall. Your second place car in GT Lights is Craig Carter in seventh place.
Yes.
8.5 to go.
They're going fast out there, and you like to see it.
Yeah.
Can't wait until we get our own version of Drive to Survive. I don't know what it's going to be.
Go fast to last.
I like that. First to worst.
Yeah, go fast to last.
I like
I
it.
don't know if it has the marketability, but it would be certainly entertaining.
That's your reality show.
Yeah, that's the reality
You know?
show right
Fast,
there.
Fast to last.
It's all about editing. It's all about
It
editing.
is.
We,
It is.
We'll chop it up on the cutting room floor. We had 2 cars bump into each other at the start of the Spec Racer Ford race. We can turn that into a whole 30-minute episode, I think, if we play our cards right. So,
Yeah, the Zhao crash at Silverstone. They put the sound effects in and the slow mos, and they've run that sequence like 74 times in the first 4 episodes.
yeah, they know what their people are there for.
That's right. That's right.
Oh.
7.5 to go here. Not a lot of battling here, especially class battles. There's a couple 6th and 7th place is only 9/10 of a second, but with this multi-class in this particular situation, there's some pretty big gaps. So that's kind of why we're kind of filling in the blanks here and getting some business out of the way. But
it's been a very peaceful
yes,
race.
peaceful. I like peaceful sometimes. But yeah, and you know, a lot of people to thank out here as well, Tristan.
Yes.
We've got our corner workers and our grid workers, worker services, tech, all the timing and scoring, and stewards, and I'm sure I'm forgetting someone, registration. And you know, you can come out here and play for free.
Yep.
And get involved. All you have to do is go to calclub.com, find the phone number or find the email address, and sign on up.
Volunteer.
And come on out. We would love to have you. Never enough volunteers. The ones we have are fantastic, but they would love more help. So check it out, calclub.com. SCCA.com if you're not local to California. They can get you all the information you need to find your local region. And it is the most fun you can have without getting in trouble with your significant other.
Yeah, it's a good time out here. It very much is. It's worth checking out, 100%. And you never know quite how it's going to be, and everybody's very welcoming, which is good. Keeping an eye now on our race here, and not a ton of movement amongst these cars. I mean, in all deference to the racers, everybody's playing pretty nice with each other out there. The passes of the traffic have been clean. We just saw Glenn McCready come by, very clean pass around, I believe it was the number, I want to say one of the slower cars, maybe the Datsun 19.
I think that's the Bobby Beyer car. That was the H production Yaris.
Yeah, it might have been the Yaris.
Yeah.
It's very, very clean. Everybody's playing fair and nice, and that's what we like to see. Michael Lewis coming across right now. I mean, Glenn McCready has a 23-second lead over Michael Lewis. So basically, he just has to run a not bad race for the next 5 minutes, and he's in the clear as an overall winner and the winner of the EP category. Similarly, Ben Valentine, who's in the lead for the HPs, he just has to run a close race, and he's fine. His other competitor, Bobby Beyer, is far behind him. And then if you want to talk GTLs, Michael Lewis has had a comfortable 27-second lead over Joe Carr this entire time, pretty much. So all of them kind of doing their thing, and, you know, that's all right. It's a nice Saturday afternoon. Everybody's a bit chill after 2 very hectic groups that we had earlier, so...
You know what I have found, though, is oftentimes when the Saturday race is like this,
yeah,
the Sunday race is completely cray-cray.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, it's still a big group. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So there's still the potential for a fair amount of fireworks. Sounds like Christina Etherington maybe did a little spin and continue. So there is still things happening out there. Similarly, number 40, Kurt Freecha, who was holding a really good third-place position, has now, I think, officially dropped out of the race. So has gone off due to some sort of technical issue. So, yeah, I mean, there's things happening out there. I just don't think we've had any real sort of true battles. They're all quite well spaced out.
Absolutely.
Blech.
We are coming up here on our final couple of laps here. So, with 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go, we'll probably get white flag next time by. That depends on when...
I hate to interrupt you, Brian, but there's been a bit of an incident right there, and it's very unfortunate indeed. Michael Lewis, the number 32 car, has pulled up into the bus stop, appears to have some sort of technical malfunction in the vehicle. And that's unfortunate because the next time by is one to go, and Michael Lewis was in second place overall, leader of the GTLs, doing fine. And he just cannot get it done.
Yeah, I pulled down our pylon there to see if I could see him, but he's just off to the left of the camera there is where he's
I can't
parked.
quite get him.
So
You can see him from the tower. I mean, he's just sitting right there, but...
Well, and that's going to be good news for Craig Carter and Seth Harris. They're going to go and inherit first and second place in GT Light. So, there's a whole thing. It's a 25-minute race, not a 23-minute race. So, you got to be able to get it to the finish line, and unfortunately, that's not the case here.
Well, our nearest flagger is reporting maybe something to do with overheating, possibly overheating brakes.
Could be, yeah.
That was the smell that was smelt by the flagger. So.
Yes, unfortunately, we can't provide you with smell-o-vision here.
No.
But that would be cool.
We have to rely on the descriptive abilities of our flaggers who said they smelled burning brakes. So,
yeah,
unfortunate.
And our white flag is now out. It's being displayed to Glenn McCready. There he goes, right past our screen. He has 2.6 miles to glory here. Big trophy, big podium.
Big trophy, big podium.
Good size trophy.
Decent.
Normal size podium.
Decent stuff. lot better than poking the eye with a sharp stick.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want
that.
I do feel a bit bad. I have to say I do feel a bit bad for Michael Lewis, especially on the backside of Michael Lewis's earlier race today, where he had been holding a really solid, I think it was second place the entire race, or was it first place? It was first place the entire race, and then at the very last instant, literally on the back half of the last lap, he got passed. It's just it's been an unfortunate series of events there for Michael Lewis. So I feel the pain right there. But for the rest of the cars out there still on the track, everybody seems relatively comfortable and confident, and I think hopefully we'll finish this one up without incident. The only car that I think is in a position to really challenge anyone is the aforementioned, we don't know how to pronounce the name, of number 2, Brandon Droz, who is very close to Craig Carter, but we might not see that manifest until Glenn McCready is well on their way to getting the W.
And here comes your race leader, I believe, through Cotton Corners here for the final time. I believe that is Glenn McCready there going in and out of your screen. Right behind him is the 911 of Gary Raymond. Several, or at least one lap down. Here is McCready coming through the off-ramp. The final time, he'll come onto the front straight here. And the starter, in this case the finisher, Chuck Phillips, has that checkered flag in hand. And could that not have been timed any better? The clock goes away about 3 seconds before he hits the checkered flag, and that is the way that is going to end. Glenn McCready, your race winner.
I think everybody else is going to hold relative positions just looking at it, so we'll go ahead and give you an end-of-race rundown here. So starting at the top, your race winner, number 4, Glenn McCready, leading the EP class. In second place, number 12, Joe Carr, who started it all off with that brilliant maneuver, and it paid dividends. Comes out in second place. And number 3, third place, number 66, Ben Valentine, leading the HPs. In fourth place, number 31, Craig Carter, leading the GTLs. In fifth place, number 2, Brandon Droz. In sixth place, number 85, Seth Harris. In seventh, number 18, Bobby Beyer. In eighth, Tom Tuttle. In ninth, Gary Raymond. In 10th, Kayla Etherington. And that will be, and then in 12th, last but certainly not least, David Snow, the brave little Volkswagen Rabbit that could out there.
I love it. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, our final race of the day. That final race of the day is our small Formula cars, Formula Fords, Club Fords, Formula 6, Formula V. I believe that is the entirety of that field, and we will do that coming up in just a minute. Don't go away. You are listening and watching the Cal Club SCCA US Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park live, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. You can go check them out at porterfield-brakes.com. Stay with us. And 6 down, 1 to go. You are watching Cal Club's SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Our final race of the day, Formula Ford, Club Ford, Formula 6, Formula V. That is what we've got coming up. I don't believe there are any SFs, Formula Firsts, or FFTSs in here, but there might be. Oh, there are a couple FFTSs.
Yes, they're both.
Yeah, so there are those as well. Let's get ready for our starting grid. Tristan Parker. Go.
Sure thing. Let's take it away here. Starting in 12th place overall, number 82, Chris Ponson from Penryn, California. In 11th, number 40, Donald Manth from Santa Rosa, California. In 10th, number 41, Ron Wake from Lafayette, California. In 9th, number 74, Mark Edwards from Los Angeles, California. In 8th, number 48, Eric Polson from Clovis, California.
In 7th, number 8, oh, that's confusing, or Edward Erlinson from Burbank, California. In 6th, number 5, Eric Little from Placentia, California. In 5th, number 28, Andy Patterson from Fallbrook, California. In 4th, number 54, Chuck Horn from Los Gatos, California. In 3rd, number 11, Denny Renfro from Kelseyville, California. In 2nd, number 23, Kenan Marshall from Laguna Beach, California. And then starting us all off in 1st place, pole position, number 27, Stuart Patterson from Fallbrook, California.
And these are I think, some of our slowest cars here this weekend.
Yes.
But they are fun nonetheless. We have four
They are cool.
Formula Vs here. That's fantastic.
It's a big Formula V field. We normally don't
love
get that
it.
many.
I love it. Mark Edwards is going to have some competition.
Some of my favorite cars, honestly.
The Rizzi Competitions? No, Formula Vs.
No, I love that 19. I say it every time.
That's right, the glam drink.
That glam drink, love it.
That is
But
right.
I also do quite like, I believe it's the number 11 car of Denny Renfro, has a 2014 Piper Honda DL7.
Mhm.
Very distinctive black and white striped paint scheme right there, which I think you honestly just saw go by on your scheme. It's really easy to keep a track of, so I quite like that one as well. It's very entertaining. But
And I love the Bumblebee car.
yeah, the Bumblebee car. Yeah, there's some great the Mysterium out there as well.
Yep.
Mysterium M4. That's one you don't see very often. So there's even I think the oldest car on the field. What are we looking at? A 1978 Volkswagen Lynx. That's been the number 40 car driven by Donald Mance. So you don't see those cars out here very often. So it's always kind of a pleasure to see them in action.
All right, lights are out on the pace car. Pace car is on pit lane. Tracy Kane will make a decision here about whether or not we're going to get ourselves a start. So far, I'm going to give the announcer's curse. We're 6 for 6. Let's see if we can go 7 for 7. And we have ourselves a green flag.
Ooh, some immediate maneuvering right there. That number 11 car, the Denny Renfro Bumblebee car, went right to the inside of the track and tried to pass. I think it was Kenan Marshall and maybe even Stuart Patterson there creeping up the outside edge or the inside edge. So we'll see, actually, if that's what happened here. We'll get a better idea when we get that S's cam, Brian, and we can see if they actually managed to pull that off or not. Never mind. The way that the sunlight's hitting it all right now, it's just too hard for me to tell.
Well, we are late in the day here, so it does affect how well we get the contrast on some of these cameras. So as you can see way off in the distance there, that is the cars going through up and through Phil Hill.
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
I for those of you who wonder,
too soon?
No, for those of you who wonder why I made a weird noise, I have access to the flagger, so I can hear things Brian doesn't necessarily hear. And number 27, Stuart Patterson, broke down right outside of Sunset.
Oh no!
Literally the first turn of the race. You hate to hear it. He was pole position too. That's the worst part. Could not make it through the first turn. His car is literally parked in the middle of the track. So hopefully they can deal with that.
All right, here comes our cars for the first time through Cotton Corners. And this is the cars going into and out of off-ramp. You see we've got our course workers, our course truck going to see if they can give some assistance to Stuart Patterson here.
It's like a standing yellow probably going to come out there towards that Sunset corner. Just because I think that's probably the safest call right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Number 23, Kenan Marshall, now your overall leader. Denny Renfro holding in at second place. Then you have Chuck Horn, the number 54 car, who snuck up. And, yeah, unfortunate, very much unfortunate for very unfortunate, I must say, for our race leader. Unfortunately, he's not the only one. Eric Polson, the Formula Fords, number 48 there, he's behind the wall and out of the race as well. So 2 down already here from this 12-car field, so not the best start ever. The good news is everybody who's on the field has moved up at least one place. So every cloud.
I guess there is a silver lining on that one, exactly. So
Power and forward out there.
that's right.
For the rest of the
Power of
rest
positive
of the gang.
thinking.
Doing very well for themselves, so we'll give credit.
But anyway, we'll all settle in. Usually this division is relatively comfortable. I don't think this is one of our top, like, speedy racer divisions, Brian. They usually play it pretty safe. But you never know. With all those Formula Vs in the mix, maybe we'll see a little bit of a race emerging down there. And certainly Donald Manth was getting close there to Ron Wake on the first pass.
Yeah, it would be definitely fun to see those Vs get together. And you know, when you do get a really big field of Formula Vs, and they're also a drafting class, a lot like the Spec Racer Ford and a lot like the Spec Miata. So you might not think that, but they definitely work well in a pack. It just around here, we don't have that many packs of them to really have too much fun with. So, but it's good to see 4 of them out here. You know, and of course, Mark Edwards showing him how to get it done. He's been, I don't know there's anybody out here who's got more laps than Mark Edwards. He is out here every weekend and doing his thing, and it's just pretty remarkable to see his longevity in that class.
Yeah, he's a very constant force, a very consistent racer out here.
Yeah.
Given the old 1982 glam during all the running it can, basically, honestly, beautifully maintained car, to be fair. And here they come down the track, and, well, he's got a little bit of a chaser here. He's not completely alone. It'll be number 41, Ron Wake, who's kind of in the mix, about 1.26 of a second behind. Looks like 27 Red is off the course, so that's all safe and done. Green car, a green flag now coming out down there on the track, and they'll be able to keep everything going.
Want to remind everybody that we're going to do this all again tomorrow. We don't have as much happening earlier in the day as we did today, so we'll get to our green flag for our first race around 10:30. And if you're watching at home, which I hope you are, we'll be able to give it to you again right here on the Cal Club Race Stream, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. You know, the folks at Porterfield do a whole lot more than just brakes. They've got a lot of other gear that can help you go fast. So definitely check them out. It's porterfield-brakes.com. They are a big supporter of what we do here, and we very much appreciate what they do in helping us out here. So 19 and a half minutes to go, Tristan, and things starting to kind of spread out like we typically see in this class. And some of those Fords getting up there. Denny Renfro hops right into second place. So it's Marshall, Renfro, and Horn. Those are folks we tend to see up front.
Yep.
And yeah, it's just doing their thing.
Very much what it is, and that's kind of what we expected here from the last race of the day. Just responsible driving. These cars, they know what they're about, and they do their thing. And like I said earlier, it's not one of our most competitive groups. It's rare that we have a group this large. It's rare that we have a group this large, and it's rare that it's quite competitive. So all of them, I think, it's towards the end of the day. They've had a long day. I think they're all relatively comfortable with just the idea of running it out, honestly. So let them do that. More than happy to watch them go. Have a nice Saturday evening, afternoon drive, and just have fun out there on the track. Just a reminder as well, I mean, we talked about it in the last race. We'll talk about it again. If you're interested in getting involved in the SCCA, you're more than welcome to. Cal Club. We have there is a website you can go check, and they provide you all the information for volunteering. Of course, if you're enjoying the content that Brian is providing you here today, and want to take part in that, don't forget to like, subscribe, follow the YouTube as well. Lots of we were talking about it. Lots of interesting stuff that you provide on that channel. So I got to go back and watch your simulator thing. I know that you're talking about. I know that you're talking about really expensive rigs, but I wanna hear all about it. And hey, simulated racing, that's new hotness.
Yeah.
Who was it? After the last Formula One race, was it Verstappen? Got right on the simulator and I think won like another race. I was reading about it the other day.
Yeah. Lando Norris is always on the sim.
Always on it as well. Yeah, it's become a real thing. So it's a serious business.
I want to thank Brian Straczynski for being in the chat today and giving us a little bit of comment there. Dean Taylor also. Appreciate you watching. I do know that we got another subscriber.
Yeah.
I lost my mind. So if you're enjoying this, please subscribe and hit like and all that other fun stuff. So 3 likes today, love that, but could use a lot more.
I went to check to see if I could figure out who it is. It is Max Verstappen.
Okay.
Who keeps his WDC trophy next to his rig.
Of course.
Of course he does.
Of course he does.
Because of course he does. And I quite like that. But also I saw that they have, Romain Grosjean's burnt out car from Bahrain in a display now, in a Formula One display. He was asking if his left shoe was still in it. So it's quite funny. But anyway, yeah, it's fascinating how much of the sim racing has really grown. So
picking up our Formula V battle right now. That is Mark Edwards and
sure enough.
Ron Wake, who we just saw come through the screen. That is a 0.6 second differential at the line between Edwards and Wake. The other 2 Formula Vs a little further back, Donald Manthe and Chris Ponson. So here comes those Formula Vs right now. Edwards is there in first, and Wake is in second.
Looks like that gap might have opened up a little bit, actually.
It's possible. It is possible.
It's still pretty close, actually. 0.6 of a second. I mean, Manthe and Ponson are well behind, right? They're not quite in the mix, but... yeah, Mark Edwards not having it all his way, which is unusual there because he usually has the run of the mill.
Exactly.
Whatever he wants to do, I guess run of the track would be the better word, but he does what he wants.
Well, and as we come up on 15 minutes and 30 seconds to go, it also looks like the lead Formula Fs are about to catch the back of the Formula Vs, or at least that lead group of Formula Vs. And you will see them come into the picture here. That was the V's going through the dogleg there, and not too long back. Well, I'm going to actually switch to the next camera here so we can see them go through Grapevine and then down through Cotton Corners. But they will be up on them pretty quickly. And it's not very often that the Formula Fs come up on the Formula Vs where they're actually battling for position. So let's hope that everyone gets through and knows what the deal is. And there you can see the Formula Ford now coming up through there right now. So that's your lead Formula F car. I always call them Formula Ford. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks here. But that is how that goes. They're no longer Formula Fords, Tristan, because there are some Honda Fit motors that are now legal. So they've taken another, instead of calling it Formula Ford, then they'll call it Formula F.
Formula F.
Because it could be a Fit.
Could be
a Ford.
I was just going to say, it could be a Fit or a Ford. Fair enough. And we are halfway through our race here, according to Race Announce. So we'll go ahead and give you a full field rundown here at the halfway mark, starting with your race leader. That's number 23, Kenan Marshall, who, by the way, just set their fastest lap here at a 146.629. In second place, number 11, Denny Renthrow. In third, number 54, Chuck Horn. In fourth, number 28, Andy Patterson. In fifth, number 8, Edward Erlinson. In sixth, number 74, Mark Edwards. In seventh, number 41, Ron Wake. In eighth, number 40, Donald Manthe. In ninth, number 82, Chris Ponson. And then, fortunately, number 27, Stuart Patterson, crashed broke down on the first lap. So he's no longer able to finish the race.
And there you have it. If you would like to be involved with what we do out here at Buttonwillow, or if you want to go to any SCCA race, you can join your local region. If you're not in Southern California, go to SCCA.com. If you are in Southern California, go to calclub.com. And definitely there's contact information, people you can call that can get you started. We're all a friendly group out here, and we love to share the passion, as my good friend G-Dub would say. And that is what we all have out here. We have a passion for cars. We also have a good deal of fun with the friends we make out here.
Yeah. It's a very positive environment.
I've been doing this since 1986, and I can tell you that if it weren't for the people, the cars would not be enough to keep me coming back.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not that the cars aren't great and all, but, I really, this is my second family out here. So come on out and join us, calclub.com, SCCA.com, if you want to get involved. And there's lots of things to do besides drive. There's working, and there's other types of events that are less dangerous than wheel-to-wheel racing. It's all on SCCA.com. Check it out.
Yeah, it's been a very busy weekend out here, honestly, today, which is nice. It's nice to see so many people down at the track. Everybody seems to be enjoying themselves. It's been a beautiful day. As you said, Chamber of Commerce weather, right? All good. So you like to see all of that. You like to see a lot of spectators gathered here and whatnot. So good stuff all around. And one of these days, Brian, we're going to figure out how to pipe this broadcast through that speaker system. I don't know how we're going to do it one of these days. When the new track is built.
There we go.
When the new track is built.
Speaking of the new track, we've got a new track, a second track out here at Buttonwillow. I don't know how all of our rain this spring, this winter has put the development of that track on hold, on pause. But I know that we're hoping maybe to race on that track towards the end of the year. It's possible that you and I could christen the announce booth in the news.
That would be very exciting.
In the new racetrack right here in 2023. So
that would be great, honestly. I look forward to it. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing is, yes, it was very wet for a couple of it's been a wet couple of months. So I looked over there and there were 2 water features around the track that I don't think were intentional. So hopefully it dries out a little bit, and yeah, we get an opportunity to see that bad boy all finished up on construction. 2 Tesla charging stations out there, though, handful of them.
There you go.
You know, everything you could possibly need. As I believe that was Chris Ponson who just came across the line right here. So the back of the race group, but still leading the way, and he might be in danger of being passed here sooner rather than later, because I'm pretty sure that's Kid and Marshall who's coming across the line right now. And sure enough, there it is, your race leader. So we should be seeing the number 11 car, the Bumblebee of Denny Renfro, across the line as well. And here comes the rest of the group, slowly but surely trickling in across the line.
You know, because we don't often give the Formula Vs a ton of love, and because they are the best race on the racetrack right now, I think we're going to follow Mark Edwards and Ron Wake for the last 10 minutes of this race.
Sounds good to me. And speaking of, there comes, I believe, Mark Edwards.
Yep.
And that might not be the best race anymore, because I don't know what happens to Ron Wake.
See, I spoketh too sooneth.
I didn't even hear a call on the radio.
The race gods giveth, and the race gods taketh away.
I might have lost signal. I'm not sure, because nobody's talked about it. But here comes not Ron Wake.
No.
Here he is. Well, something happened out there in the great beyond while we were talking about racetracks.
Well, he's still in second place, but he is now 31 seconds back. It was a great idea.
It was. It was the closest competition we had on the track. Unfortunately, not able to bring that to fruition. So,
you know what? I'm going to follow Mark Edwards anyway. He'll be coming into our view here in just a second.
Looks like we might have a little bit of insight here just from our starters. They report potential mechanical error on Ron Wake. Sounds mechanical.
Sounds mechanical.
So the spirit is willing, but the vehicle perhaps has given up.
That's right. So there is Edwards there, still motoring along here. And he has a, at the line, it was a 31-second lead over Ron Wake. That's so unfortunate, because that was a fun race to watch the few laps we were able to.
Yeah, one of the rare instances we get some Formula V racing. That's okay.
And here is Edwards in that glamdering going through Cotton Corners.
Not a lot we can do at this moment, but just kind of see how it all plays out. Hopefully, number 41 will be able to finish the race under their own power, but they have crossed the halfway mark, so...
Oh, yes.
That's all good.
Yeah, so regardless of whether they're able to continue on for the full race, they're a finisher, and that is important for doing a lot of things here. But good on him for that, and I'm sure it looks like Donald Manthe and Chris Ponson will assume the second and third place slots on the podium. Still 7.5 minutes left, so there's no foregone conclusions here, as we have learned several times today. People up front late in the race having issues one sort of another. So that's why we go all the way to the checkered flag. We don't stop it early, because things can happen.
We most certainly do not. Keep it going. You never know. We saw it today. So, oh.
And there is Donald Manthe taking over second place.
From Ron Wake. So it does
Ron
look
Wake.
like the mechanical error might be
terminal for today. Hopefully he can get it together and get back out here tomorrow, because he was giving Mark Edwards a little bit of a time there, and that was pretty awesome to watch.
He was certainly chasing him. Here comes number 11, Denny Renfro, and yeah, sure enough, there's the call for the pit stop on 4-1 yellow. So that'll be Ron Wake taking it to the pits. Whether or not he'll go behind the wall or not entirely clear, but he's at least stopped for now.
All
Unfortunate.
Right. Picking up your Formula F race here, and that was Kenan Marshall that came through, and then we've got Denny Renfro. That was the Denny Renfro car right there, and following him should be Chuck Horn. And those are 3 cars you see up front in Formula F out here on a regular basis.
Well, there's an official announcement there over the radio. 4-1 heading into Tech. So that is the end of the race today for Ron Wake. But as we said, he did complete half the race. So he gets credit, if not the actual satisfaction of completing it.
That's right. That's right. So.
Well, that leaves us with about 4-ish minutes left in this race. The timer a little bit off, I think, but we try our best.
I wonder how that happened. We have the time shift continuum here.
It happens. We'll see. We'll see. You might be right at the end of the day. I was just basing my assumptions based off what they said as the halfway point overall. No. So numbers are not my strong suit. So
that's why I'm a broadcaster.
Yeah, exactly. But we're reaching the conclusion of this one. I'd love to tell you, Brian, that there's going to be some sort of thrilling, explosive race finish here, but I don't think that's probably in the cards. I think everybody's pretty happy with where they are, and they'll power through. Technically, all the FF cars will finish 1, 2, and 3. All the Formula Vs will also finish 1, 2, and 3 now. And then, of course, the FFTSs will both finish 1 and 2. So everybody will get a place on the podium.
Are you enjoying today's racing, folks? If you are, tune in tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time.
Oh. Late white flag coming out right now. Little bit of looks like starter is preparing the white flag here, so we may be reaching our second to last lap.
Yep. Marshall, Renfro, Horn, and Patterson, your top 4. Marshall is an FFTS. Patterson's an FFTS. Those are the first 2 cars in that class. Renfro, Horn, and Erlinson, your top 3 in Formula F right now as we come into our final laps here. Edwards, Manthe, and Ponson, your top 3 in Formula V. So,
your fastest lap of the day, by the way, in case you were wondering. Or, sorry, it's not fastest lap of the day overall. Fastest lap of this race was the 6th lap of Kenan Marshall, which came in at 146.629. So, not bad pacing. These are some of our slower cars, especially the Formula V. It's not super fast, but white flag is out. We are on our last lap here. Kenan Marshall has passed, as has Denny Renfro. So we are on the countdown timer now to wrapping this race up.
All right. So we're about 1 minute and 30 seconds away from the end of this race. Again, reminding everybody to come out and join us tomorrow at 10:30 on the Racing Network. We're going to do it again, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. 7 more races and same race groups. Same bat channel, different bat time.
Just going to say, yeah, exactly something like that.
Yep.
Same race channel, same race time.
That's right.
But it should be a fun day tomorrow. A lot of these same cars will be making their appearance. A lot of the same drivers, everybody out. Some of the drivers perhaps that didn't get to compete today will get to compete tomorrow. So there'll be some variations. But regardless, it's going to be an enjoyable race day and a wonderful Sunday of car racing. So
That's right.
look forward to having everyone back.
See if I can pick up our race leader here. Looks like he's going down towards the grapevine for the final time. There he goes there. I'm going to drop the clock because the clock's apparently not working the way it's supposed to. There goes
Time is a flat circle.
you know, it is what it is. Here comes the final time through the off-ramp. And I got about 1 corner and 600 yards to the checkered flag. Here we go. Checkered flag is in hand and now in the air. And your race winner is Kenan Marshall.
Hitting it at speed. Didn't even slow down. Good
No.
for him.
No.
And there's the number 11 car across as well. So Denny Renfro is in. And we'll go ahead and give you our final full field rundown of the day. Here are your final positions for Group 7. In first place, your race winner, number 23, Kenan Marshall. In second place, number 11, Denny Renfro. In fourth place, third place, number 54, Chuck Horn. In fourth place, number 28, Andy Patterson. In fifth place, number 8, Edward Erlinson. In sixth place, number 74, Mark Edwards. In seventh place, number 40, Donald Manth. In eighth place, number 82, Chris Ponson. And then Ron Wake and Stuart Patterson, unfortunately, unable to finish today's race.
All right, that's going to do it for our racing action here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are done for our Saturday races. Sunday's races begin at approximately 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. Want to give a big thank you to Porterfield Brakes for being our title and presenting sponsor. If you need some brakes and a bunch of other stuff, or lots of other stuff, go to porterfield-brakes.com. Big thanks to Cal Club and Sports Car Club of America, the Buttonwillow race staff for doing all that they do, all of our volunteer workers inside and outside. And thank you, Mr. Tristan.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Always an enjoyable experience out here.
All right, for Tristan Parker, I'm Brian Polanski. This is the Racing Network, and you've been watching Cal Club's SCCA U.S. Majors from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Have yourself a great day, have yourself a great night, and go play with cars.